Smash that like button, y'all. Double tap that screen. Y'all know what time it is, man. We back live. Let me go and test to make sure everything is good. Double tap that screen when you get into the live. Also share, man. Share the live. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. For sure. All right, y'all, we good. We good on the mic. Smash that like button when you get into the live. Y'all know what time it is, man. Y'all know what time it is.
Because that's working class wins. When black folks gain freedoms inside this society, everybody gains freedoms, all the working class, all right? When black women get liberated, all women get liberated. When black men get the same pay as white men, all men make more money. And that's what they're against. They do not want to see the working class have a win. It's not about disenfranchising black people specifically. It's about disenfranchising black folks because their coalition with white people to gain progress is a challenge to the white supremacy power structure. Don't get it lost in the sauce. All right? So that means folks that look like me and talk like me need to step up and have a voice in this moment, because this fight has been going on for generations. This ain't brand new. This has been around for a long time. And rednecks and hillbillies all knew this back in the day. They knew that their problem was not a black man gaining rights, working beside black folks. That was not the struggle. The struggle was against the corporations and the wealthy people that run our society. And they run it in the benefit to them, not to us. All the language that they use is coded in a way that gives you a hope that they're going to do something for you. But when's the last time they provided anything for you? Exactly. Don't get it twisted. The reason why they want to take black political power is because that's working class wins. When black folks gain freedoms inside this society, everybody gains freedoms, all the working class, all right? When black women get liberated, all women get liberated. When black men get the same pay as white.
Most people don't know this, but right after Charlie Kirk got murdered, right? And everybody was focused on that. The Republicans were blaming the left immediately. Democrats did this, the left did this. They murdered Charlie Kirk with no evidence whatsoever. 2 hours after Charlie Kirk got murdered, all those same Republicans that were saying that initially, that was the first time they voted to block the Epstein files from being released. 2 hours after Charlie Kirk.
Is that true?
2 or 4? No, that's a fact.
Oh,
that's a fact. Nobody see. That's why I keep thinking we're getting played. You know what I mean? It's like everything is this big act. Like, yeah, I'm not saying they used Charlie Kirk's murder to try and cover up the Epstein files. I'm just saying it's a hell of a coincidence. While the media was focused and blaming, like MAGA's online calling for civil war and locking people up. You know what I'm saying? Like crazy shit was happening, and then you took that moment to.
Yeah, of course they took that moment. Because people was locked in on dumb shit. And they took that moment and took advantage of it.
Blocked the Epstein files from being released. And their staff was sitting there like,
I want to say,
shit. Most people don't know this, but right after Charlie Kirk.
You know, folks, the sad truth is, white America has never, ever been outraged by racism. They're going to say, oh, he's stereotyping white people. That's not right.
Never, ever.
I'm just speaking in terms of the collective. And if the shoe fits, fucking wear it. White people have never been fucking outraged at racism. Not at our racism. Never once. I've never heard of white people outraged. How many white people were outraged at Trump's racism? You know what white people do when they hear racism? From their president, from their neighbor, it doesn't matter. When white people hear racism, they do about 3 things. Usually, they suddenly shut the fuck up and get quiet. They get silent. Or they run and they hide and they avoid it. Or they deny it. Oh, that's not true. Oh, he's a good man. But, I'm not racist, but, he's not racist, but. They fucking deny it, avoid it, or they remain silent. Or, they're not doing those three things, then they're perpetrating it. In a nutshell. It's what we fucking white Americans do. It's what we always have fucking done. There's never been any goddamn outrage from white America collectively about Trump and his fucking racism. So that's why, because white America's stance, Trump was able to normalize open racism. He was able to make racism overt again, popular, fashionable, trendy. This is what Trump did. After a black president, white America was happy to oblige a con artist, a clown, a malignant narcissist, a fucking psychopath, a crook, a criminal, a lying sack of shit who told 30,000 fucking lies. White America was so happy. They lusted after Trump. Before he was elected and Trump said, Mexicans are rapists and drug dealers.
He really said that shit, y'all. Hey, Carp, you know this dude don't do no holding back. He gonna definitely tell you the truth if he don't tell you nothing else. That's why I watch him.
White America got wet. They got excited. They got turned on. They really did. Because they found they're fucking racist. I'm being honest. If that's not true, then why the fuck did white America elect him? And Latino America, and a few other people, Asians too. A couple blacks, but mainly, largely, white America elected that racist motherfucker. And when they heard him spew racist, they knew they had found that white man that would lead them back to white nationalism, and white pride, and white power, and white privilege, and white entitlement. White supremacy would continue this great tradition and heritage that we have as white people in America. They knew they had found their racist hero in Trump. And they elected him with all their might. And they tolerated that lying sack of shit through a pandemic that's got hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people killed because of that lying sack of shit. White America all along, quiet, tolerating it because he's their racist. And white America has always thought the lies of white supremacy is helping them somehow. Is it really fucking helping you? We just had a goddamn insurrection because of white supremacy. Because you wanted a fucking narcissistic, psychotic, racist. You had to have a racist so bad. You didn't care that he was a narcissist. You didn't care that he was a con. You didn't care that he was a lying sack of shit. You just had to have the most racist candidate after a black president. White supremacy is not fucking helping us. White people have no credibility, no integrity, no character, no humanity. That's a perception of white people because we protect white supremacy, and we've done it for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. That's how we are perceived. We're not trusted by brown and black people, and that's our own goddamn fucking fault. Because our reputation precedes us. So until we fix this shit, white America, destruction will continue. The chaos will continue. The toxicity, the dysfunction, the chaos. Maybe a civil war. God knows what's coming if we don't stop allowing racism. People like Rudy Giuliani, Trump, Jeff Hawley, Marjorie Greene, just to name a few, Ted Cruz, all these ignorant racist motherfuckers should be fucking kicked the fuck out of office, but you know what? They won't be. And they should be impeached. Trump should be fucking impeached. But he won't be. Because white people have no outrage toward racism, and we never have. As a matter of fact, not only do we not have outrage, we fucking want it, and we fucking support it. That's the goddamn fucking truth. We've created our own fucking destiny of hell. Thank you, white America. Face your fucking racism. Once again, I don't know why the fuck I'm talking to white people, because they don't fucking listen. They're so goddamn worried about losing their fucking greed and their fucking white privilege. White people don't give a fuck. Because they've been taught that shit. From birth. Grow the fuck up. Take some white racial responsibility and grow the fuck up. Fix your fucking country.
That's what it all comes down to. Grow the fuck up. Stop trolling on the fucking internet thinking you're fucking funny. You just showing us more and more and more that your ass, Karen, bitch, please.
You know, folks, the sad truth is...
He started all this trouble.
What trouble?
That's racism and all that.
The division of the United States has all come from Obama.
In what way?
Because he's black and he...
Because he's black and what? Because of him being black is...
Hey, Infinite, I played that dude too, good political guy, good politic guy. Yeah, he dropped some shit.
The only reason you have for him being racist, that actually might mean that you are racist. So let's hear you out, lady.
Because he's black and he tore it one way and tore it one way. And I mean, they expect you to believe what they say and not let the American people think for themselves.
I think we had about enough.
I love how our man's like, tap, tap, that's good enough, sweetheart. We gotta go over here so I can explain to you which of the quiet parts we actually do say out loud. Our job is to accuse other people of what we're doing, so we just call them racist and leave it at that. And this is really the point of the video that I'm making here, which is Trump and all of MAGA's style of propaganda is pretty much stolen from, let's just say, Germany in the 1930s and 40s. You know, I don't want to be too specific because I don't want to get demonetized. Like, these two are accusing the black guy who tried to address racism. They're accusing him of being racist, which is just this quote in action, accuse the other side of that which you are guilty, missing a lot of words, which is normally attributed to Goebbels. But if you want to be really smart in front of your friends, you have to then say, actually, he didn't say that. The actual quote's taken from what he said at the Nuremberg rally, which is, the cleverest trick used in propaganda against Germany during the war was to accuse Germany of what our enemies themselves were doing, which actually is just him accusing his enemies of what he himself was doing. You see, it's quite meta, you see. So this move is taken right from the Nazi...
Oh, so you mean like Kamala Harris is going to start a war and then you go start a war. You mean like that?
Playbook. Now, I'm sure if you ask these two people, they would say they are not Nazis and they're not racist. The only problem with this argument is if you do look around at the MAGA rally, you will see literal Nazis.
I came here to speak on behalf of Donald Trump. America was built by and for the white Christian people of this nation.
Rural America spoke up when
lie.
they elected Trump. Rural America.
And by rural America, he means white America.
We have the possibility of becoming a minority in our own country. Get the out of here now!
White
Guys, can we choose between honking or shouting? Because when you're honking, I can't hear which kind of horrible slogan you're shouting. But it's not just shouting white power that makes this MAGA messaging so Nazi-like. It's just that every single aspect of their messaging is literally taken directly from the OSS's psychological profile of Adolf Hitler. The OSS is the precursor to the CIA. His rules were
a bunch of pussies.
Never allow the public to cool off. Never admit a fault or wrong. Never concede that there may be some good in your enemy. Never leave room for alternatives. Never accept blame. Concentrate on one enemy at a time and blame him for everything that goes wrong. People will believe a big lie sooner than a little one. And if you repeat it frequently enough, people will sooner or later believe it. And we can go through them one by one. They're all in action. Never allow the public to cool off. Trump found any camera that would have him. If he got kicked off one social media platform, he started another. And right now, he's always on the road. And our poor field reporters have to go to these rallies every fucking weekend and hear conspiracy theories like this.
I'm probably going to regret saying this, but I firmly hold that Obama's still in the White House. I think Obama is pushing Joe's buttons. If you look at Israel, Joe Biden called for a pause. Where do you think that came from? I think it came from Biden. I think it came from Obama himself. Those are his people. Surely he wants to give his people time to resupply and regroup.
When you say his people, whose people?
Islam.
Or whose people?
Obama's.
And right there, that is the people will believe a big lie before they'll believe a small one and just repeat it over and over again and they'll eventually believe it. This was Donald Trump's initial jam, to repeat the birtherism lie against Obama until people believed it. And he lied and lied and lied ever since. And when he's caught in a lie, he does not admit fault.
The job itself, we take an A+.
And by the way, wants to indict me for a perfect phone call.
Shout
this
out to
was
all the
even
MAGAs
better
who
than
keep
my
on
perfect
tuning
call
back
with
in.
Ukraine.
We know this
Remember
is your
that?
favorite channel, and we know that you come over here to get that medicine, but let me tell you one thing about that medicine. The shit don't taste good, but it might make you better.
Oh, that was a perfect call. This one's better. This one is more perfect.
And he definitely does not accept blame.
Dr. Fauci said earlier this week that the lag in testing was, in fact, a failing. Do you take responsibility for that?
Yeah, no, I don't take responsibility at all.
Trump also doesn't leave any room for alternatives. He wastes no time attacking Biden. He attacks the legitimacy of his election. He attacks every single person that's running against him for president. He's not just disappearing like other presidents who lost re-election. And anybody in politics who shows the smallest sign of turning against him, Trump attacks them with
freedom of stupidity.
Great intensity. Even if that person was someone Trump himself chose to put in his inner circle. Kayleigh McEnany became milquetoast Kayleigh McEnany. Chris Christie became sloppy Chris Christie. Jeff Sessions was the first person to endorse Trump, but when he recused himself, he was out. Steve Bannon, Rex Tillerson, John Kelly, and his own vice president, Mike Pence. There is no alternative in the Republican Party or politics in general besides Donald Trump, and he ensures that that's the case. And perhaps the most insidious part of MAGAism is never conceding that there might be good in your enemy.
Is there anything that President Biden has done that you...
One thing right. He did not do one thing right. He's done everything to hurt this country.
Is there anything that he's done as president that has been of value?
Nope.
Anything that President Biden did that you like?
No, I can't think of nothing, you know.
No, I don't think he's a Christian. I don't think he loves America.
And that's actually them being nice. Usually the right wing is busy calling the left a bunch of pedophile demon worshippers who drink baby blood.
The pain of crossing the line to pervert our children and grooming them. Brian Cornell, who is a groomer and a very sick person, very twisted. He loves money and he really has like a fetish for going after children. Groomers can't reproduce, so instead they recruit. So they go serve on school boards and they go do drag queens and they do all this other sort of disgusting, nauseating stuff.
The one Nazi thing that I don't think Trump does is to pick a single person to attack and blame them for everything. He spreads the wealth of hatred around to a lot of people. So maybe in that respect, he is not 100% goblin on Goebbels. Though I do have a theory as to why he opens up so many different fronts. It's because he has confidence in his voters that A, they have very short attention spans and can get bored when there's just one person to hate. And B, there are so many propagandists doing work for him that he can lie in a bunch of different ways. And they feel like they're doing their due diligence and researching by just, watching Newsmax.
I think he was honest. I've been following Newsmax, and then I compare him, and when he says the fake news, and then we check that out, and he's right.
Yeah, so he says something bad about someone, and then I find out that that's corroborated by Fox News, Newsmax, RSBN, OANN. I mean, how could they all be lying? Unless all of these pro-Trump news outlets are like secretly pro-Trump propaganda. I did not see that coming.
He started all this trouble.
What trouble?
That's racism and all that.
The division of the United States has all come from Obama.
In what way?
Because he's black and he...
Because he's black and what? Because if him being black is the only reason you have for him being racist, that actually might mean that you are racist. So let's hear you out, lady.
Because he's black and he tore it one way and tore it one way. And I mean, they expect you to believe what they say and not let the American people think for themselves.
I think we had about enough.
I love how our man's like, tap, tap, that's good enough, sweetheart. We gotta go over here so I can explain to you which of the quiet parts we actually do say out loud. Our job is to accuse other people of what we're doing, so we just call them racist and leave it at that. And this is really the point of the video that I'm making here, which is Trump and all of MAGA's style of propaganda is pretty much stolen from, let's just say, Germany in the 1930s and 40s, you know?
Vice President Harris losing was necessary for the United States.
Yep, and before he even gets into it, I'm going to tell you why. Because people needed to see the fucking alternative. People needed to see how bad they fucked up. And there's no way to measure how bad you fucked up without the fuck up in office. So it was great. It was great.
When I was in Yellowstone a couple years ago, I learned about this interesting seed that comes from a lodgepole pine. These seeds, when they drop on the ground, they sit on the ground for years or decades. The seeds have this resin on the outside of it. The only thing that can remove that resin is high temperatures. Excess of 120 to 143 degrees. A forest fire. Which means that the old growth has to burn down before the resin melts off, burns off, and those seeds can go in the ground. That's the only way. That's what it's designed for, is for new growth. That fire doesn't care if it's a tree, a picnic table, a tent, a person, a child, a dog, a cat, a reindeer, doesn't care. It's indiscriminate. That resin is white supremacy in this country. Because that's what white people have ignored since the beginning. And even now, you were hoping that we made progress by electing a black woman. It wasn't going to happen. We never addressed the Confederacy, the lost cause, the daughters of the Confederacy. White supremacists that think that this is a white Christian nation. Many white people thought we made progress in the 1960s. Well, maybe if more people that looked like me would have actually done something instead of talking about it, maybe we would have. But what we discovered is what I already knew. We didn't make progress in the civil rights movement. We suppressed it behind a dam. We found out that many people were triggered by a black man in the White House instead of out in the fields picking their cotton. And traditional family values, white America was going away. You see, if Harris would have lost, we would have never had to confront this. White people are now getting a fraction of what it's like to be black in this country. How many people want to leave this country now because they don't like what it's happening? You're not going to stay and fight? Well, that's really American. That's very patriotic to just leave your fellow neighbors. What if they can't afford to? What about our black brothers and sisters that couldn't afford to do that? What about them? You just going to give them the middle finger? Screw them. I'm uncomfortable for once in my privileged little white life. That's nice of you. That's really patriotic to just leave them. All we've done as white people is acted like a cancer on this land. It's true. It's very similar to what Agent Smith said of the Matrix, that we're like locusts and we take and we take, because that's all we've done. We treated black people, Asians, Hawaiians, Mexicans, Hispanics, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, women, anybody that doesn't look like me, we've treated them like crap and we've tried to treat them less than. The only way for that resin to come off is for white people to suffer the effects of two things. Their white supremacy, which is make America white again, and white people that didn't vote for this, but that still aren't willing to be uncomfortable. You're both complicit. Both groups of people are. The No Kings protest. 8 million people out of 143 million people. That's it on a Saturday. That's it. That's all you got, America, huh? Wow, you really showed them. They look like they're really afraid. But don't worry. In another 4 months, we'll do it again. We'll really show them. Yeah. They'll be shaking in their boots. You know, black people used to protest for a year and a half at a time, go on strikes. Did you know that? Just because they wanted to sit in the same church and drink from the same water fountain. A 15-year-old in 1955, Claudette Colvin, was arrested at 15 for sitting on a bus. How many of you that look like me have been arrested? How many members of Congress have been arrested fighting this fascist? None of them. That's privilege. And many of you are starting to feel the effects of your silence and your white privilege. It's like Neo when he woke up from the Matrix for the first time and he's squinting his eyes and he hasn't seen it. Many of you are like, this isn't who we are. Yeah, it is. This is who we've always been. You just chose to ignore it and put your head up your ass and live your privilege because it didn't affect you. Think about it. White people literally went to church, watched black people hanging from trees like fucking piñatas, and didn't do a damn thing about it because it didn't affect you. Week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade, we did it because it didn't affect you. And even now, when children are in concentration camps eating broccoli with maggots in it, moldy bread, and little girls at 14 and 15 are trying to take their lives with plastic knives, nope, sorry, got to go to work. Sorry, got bills to pay. That's cool, then do it. But remember, first they came for the immigrants. Then they came for the transgender athletes. And then they came for the black people. And then they came for the Muslims. And then they came for the Somalians. And then they came for gay rights. And I stood by while it happened because I had to go to work and pay money. I needed money. And then they came for me. And by the time it gets to you, that forest fire, it don't care. It don't care left, right, middle, young, old, white, black. It doesn't give a damn. And y'all are just letting this happen. That's what's going to happen here. Until white people start to give a damn and care about other people instead of just when it affects them.
I love when white people talk about other white people like they not white.
That's the only way this country is going to change. And if it doesn't, then we deserve our demise. We do. We deserve to lose democracy. Nationalism is waving a flag, having a bald eagle, playing God Bless America. That's nationalism. Patriotism is giving a damn about your fellow American. And too many of us are acting as if we don't give a damn because it's not us. If it was your daughter in a concentration camp, would you care? If your sister was trying to take her own life with a plastic knife in a concentration camp, would you care? If your mom was one of the victims at Epstein Island, would you care? What if your family member was a victim of a school shooting in Parkland or Uvalde, or one of the 40,000 people that die from gun violence every year? Would you give a damn? What if your aunt or your grandma was E. Jean Carroll and Trump sexually abused her? Would you care? You're damn right you would. But because it didn't affect you, you don't give a shit. And that's the problem with America. We're selfish. Me, me, me. All for $1. As long as I get more money, I will turn the other way and go back in my privilege. It's up to you, white people. This country will rise or fall based on if you start to give a damn about somebody else, or you can go down the checklist. First the immigrants, then the Somalians, then the transgender athletes, sort of come all the way down to you, and there's going to be nobody left. Then you're going to get what you asked for. It was necessary that Vice President Harris lost, and I think she knows that. She'll never say it, but she knows it. She's very, very intelligent, smarter than I'll ever be. But it has to be my demographic that has this conversation because we're the ones that have privileged off the suffering of other people. Immigrants built this country. Black people built this country. White people have done nothing except take. And it's about damn time that stops. Have a good day. Vice President Harris losing was necessary for the United States. When I was in Yellowstone a couple years ago, I learned about this interesting seed that comes from a lodgepole pine. These seeds, when they drop on the ground, they sit on the ground for years or decades. The seeds have this resin on the outside of it. The only thing that can remove that resin is high temperatures. Excess of 120 to 143 degrees. A forest fire. Which means that the old growth has to burn down before the resin melts off, burns off, and those seeds can go in the ground. That's the only way. That's what it's designed for, is for new growth. That fire doesn't care if it's a tree, a picnic table, a tent, a person, a child, a dog, a cat, a reindeer. Doesn't care. It's indiscriminate. That resin is white supremacy in this country. Resin is white supremacy in this country. Because that's what white people have ignored since the beginning. And even now, you were hoping that we made progress by electing a black woman. It wasn't going to happen. We never addressed the Confederacy, the lost cause, the daughters of the Confederacy. White supremacists that think that this is a white Christian nation. Many white people thought we made progress in the 1960s. Well, maybe if more people that looked like me would have actually done something instead of talking about it, maybe we would have. But what we discovered is what I already knew. We didn't make progress in the civil rights movement. We suppressed it behind a dam. We found out that many people were triggered by a black man in the White House instead of out in the fields picking their cotton. And traditional family values, white America was going away. You see, if Harris would have lost, we would have never had to confront this. White people are now getting a fraction of what it's like to be black in this country. How many people want to leave this country now because they don't like what is happening? You're not going to stay and fight? Well, that's really American. That's very patriotic to just leave your fellow neighbors. What if they can't afford to? What about our black brothers and sisters that couldn't afford to do that? What about them? You just going to give them the middle finger? Screw them. I'm uncomfortable for once in my privileged little white life. That's nice of you. That's really patriotic to just leave them. All we've done as white people is acted like a cancer on this land. It's true. It's very similar to what Agent Smith said of the Matrix. That we're like locusts and we take and we take. Because that's all we've done. We treated black people, Asians, Hawaiians, Mexicans, Hispanics, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, women, anybody that doesn't look like me, we've treated them like crap and we've tried to treat them less than. The only way for that resin to come off is for white people to suffer the effects of two things. Their white supremacy, which is make America white again, and white people that didn't vote for this, but that still aren't willing to be uncomfortable.
You said he's lost nothing? He damn sure lost the approval of motherfucking the entire America. It's only about a couple thousand red hat pansies or fucking yes men. But everybody else is against that shit.
You're both complicit. Both groups of people are. The No Kings protests. 8 million people out of 143 million people. That's it on a Saturday. That's it. That's all you got, America, huh? Wow, you really showed them. They look like they're really afraid. But don't worry. In another 4 months, we'll do it again. We'll really show them. Yeah. They'll be shaking in their boots. You know, black people used to protest for a year and a half at a time, go on strikes. Did you know that? Just because they wanted to sit in the same church and drink from the same water fountain. A 15-year-old in 1955, Claudette Colvin, was arrested at 15 for sitting on a bus. How many of you that look like me have been arrested? How many members of Congress have been arrested fighting this fascist? None of them. That's privilege. And many of you are starting to feel the effects of your silence and your white privilege. It's like Neo when he woke up from the Matrix for the first time and he's squinting his eyes and he hasn't seen it. Many of you are like, this isn't who we are. Yeah, it is. This is who we've always been. You just chose to ignore it and put your head up your ass and live your privilege because it didn't affect you.
Tell they ass.
Think about it. White people literally went to church, watched black people hanging from trees like fucking piñatas, and didn't do a damn thing about it because it didn't affect you. Week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade, we did it because it didn't affect you. And even now, when children are in concentration camps eating broccoli with maggots in it, moldy bread, and little girls at 14 and 15 are trying to take their lives with plastic knives, nope, sorry, got to go to work. Sorry, got bills to pay. That's cool, then do it. But remember, first they came for the immigrants. Then they came for the transgender athletes. And then they came for the black people. And then they came for the Muslims. And then they came for the Somalians. And then they came for gay rights. And I stood by while it happened because I had to go to work and pay money. I needed money. And then they came for me. And by the time it gets to you, that forest fire, it don't care. Don't care left, right, middle, young, old, white, black. It doesn't give a damn. And y'all are just letting this happen. That's what's going to have to happen here. Until white people start to give a damn and care about other people instead of just when it affects them, that's the only way this country is going to change. And if it doesn't, then we deserve our demise. We do. We deserve to lose democracy. Nationalism is waving a flag, having a bald eagle, playing God Bless America. That's nationalism. Patriotism is giving a damn about your fellow American. And too many of us are acting as if we don't give a damn because it's not us. If it was your daughter in a concentration camp, would you care? If your sister was trying to take her own life with a plastic knife in a concentration camp, would you care? If your mom was one of the victims at Epstein Island, would you care? What if your family member was a victim of a school shooting in Parkland or Uvalde, or one of the 40,000 people that die from gun violence every year? Would you give it?
You gotta remember who you asking this shit. Some of them don't give a fuck.
What if your aunt or your grandma was E. Jean Carroll and Trump sexually abused her? Would you care? You're damn right you would. But because it didn't affect you, you don't give a shit. And that's the problem with America.
Hey, MAGA, won't y'all stop making this shit so easy? This guy is a flat-out idiot. Okay, but what about the motherfucking politics? What do you have to say about politics, sir? We don't give a fuck about you critiquing the fucking the person speaking on YouTube. We want to know what is your deal on policy? Not a goddamn thing, because you ain't even thinking about policy. All you want to do is get on here and say, somebody's an idiot. But the most uneducated is Trump's core base.
We're selfish. Me, me, me. All for $1. As long as I get more money, I will turn the other way and go back in my privilege. It's up to you, white people. This country will rise or fall based on if you start to give a damn about somebody else.
What fuck? Where is he getting his info? From you white motherfuckers.
Or you can go down the checklist. First the immigrants, then the Somalians, then the transgender athletes, so to come all the way down to you and there's going to be nobody left. Then you're going to get what you asked for. It was necessary that Vice President Harris lost, and I think she knows that. She'll never say it, but she knows it. She's very, very intelligent, smarter than I'll ever be. But it has to be my demographic that has this conversation because we're the ones that have privileged off the suffering of other people. Immigrants built this country. Black people built this country. White people have done nothing except take.
Say it again.
But it has to be my demographic that has this conversation because we're the ones that have privileged off the suffering of other people. Immigrants built this country. Black people built this country. White people have done nothing except take. And it's about damn time that stops. Have a good day. Vice President Harris losing was
Learn how to properly be a fucking racist, you bitch.
necessary for the United States. When I was in Yellowstone a couple years ago, I learned about this interesting seed that comes from a lodgepole pine. These seeds, when they drop on the ground, they sit on the ground for years or decades. The seeds have this resin on the outside of it. The only thing that can remove that resin is high temperatures. Excess of 120 to 143 degrees. A forest fire. Which means that the old growth has to burn down before the resin melts off, burns off, and those seeds can go in the ground. That's the only way. That's what it's designed for, is for new growth. That fire doesn't care if it's a tree, a pick.
I am so fucking tired of white men cosplaying the apocalypse. The only fucking reason why we needed the goddamn Voting Rights Act in the first place is because of white men. I don't care that you don't fucking see the value in it. Neither did your great-grandfather. And that's the fucking reason we have it. It got passed in the fucking 60s. I am tired of it. I'm tired of fucking pretending that the motherfuckers responsible for us needing it aren't alive. They're alive, and you call them grandma. So no, white boy, I don't care what the fuck you think about the goddamn Voting Rights Act. I don't care. I don't care what any white person thinks about it. At fucking all. Because the only reason we need any of this shit is because white people needed to be told in writing not to be awful. That's why. You guys don't like that part, but that's what laws are. They're telling you not to be a piece of shit. It's very weird that we have so many fucking laws surrounding race because white men won't fucking be better. They won't be better. They won't.
Bro, that little statistic you want to keep on talking about is so fucking old. And your fucking numbers are wrong. But let's be real. You was never the fucking majority in this nation. Ever. Never. So you can take that little information, set that bitch on fire, and stick it straight up your ass.
Do better. It doesn't fucking matter what year it is. In the year of our Lord, 2026, we are still discussing the merits of black people fucking voting because you are not different than your fucking ancestor. I am so fucking tired of white men cosplaying the apocalypse. The only fucking reason why we needed the guy.
Trump just admitted that Russia did conspire to try to help him win the 2020 election. And the funny part is, when these claims were originally made, he went on Twitter and said this was just another Democrat misinformation campaign, that Russia didn't prefer him as the president, and that this was Democrat hoax number 7. And then he himself puts out documents yesterday proving it to be true. So if you go download the zip file from the White House, this is the title of the file: NICA_ foreign threats to 2020 U.S. election. Now, this is the National Intelligence Council. It says some of the following: that Russia was using a range of measures to denigrate former VP Biden, try to make him look bad. That Kremlin-linked actors were attempting to boost Trump's candidacy.
Wow, we have children in ICE detention centers that are pregnant. Here we go with the weirdo shit. But we know what the demographic of most ICE agents are: white males. And we know what the fuck they do. ICE baby. They deal with babies, in so many words.
On social media, and that they were trying to implicate Biden in criminal activity in his dealings with Ukraine. It also says that they were attempting to orchestrate a high...
Please tell me how it makes sense that a white Republican types Democrat with 3 Ks and think we give a fuck. All y'all motherfuckers is down with that. And the even more dumb shit is that's still more science. That you stupid dummies, let me leave you motherfuckers alone, that you cosplay and want to be the real boogeyman, but we already got that covered.
Profile corruption scandal implicating Biden. So the whole Biden crime family, Ukraine Burisma, if you bought that from Fox News or podcasters or whatever entertainment source you get your news from, that was Russian propaganda. They were also circulating narratives on voter fraud resulting from mail-in ballots. Also started circulating the message that Democrats...
How about sending you back where your motherfucking grandparents and shit came from? Because ain't none of you motherfuckers from here. All you motherfuckers came here on a boat to Ellis Island. Fucking Cabbage Patch Kids. Clones. That's what the fuck y'all are.
Rigged the 2020 election. The FBI came out and said that the video of people burning mail-in ballots that were meant for Trump, that was an AI video by Russia. Our own FBI said that. So if you still buy that that election was rigged by Democrats, you are still gobbling up Russian propaganda. So yes, he put out a document showing that Russia did conspire to try to help him win the 2020 election. And he still lost. And that's why he can't let this go, because they cheated. But he was so deeply unpopular at the end of his first term that even with outside interference from another nation, he still lost. Trump just admitted that Russia did conspire to try to help him win the 2020 election. And the funny part is, when these claims were originally made, he went on Twitter and said this was just another Democrat misinformation campaign, that Russia didn't prefer him as the president, and that this was Democrat hoax number 7. And then he himself puts out documents yesterday proving it to be true. So if you go download the zip file from the White House, this is the title of the file, NICA_ foreign threats to 2020 U.S. election. Now, this is the National Intelligence Council. It says some of the following: that Russia was using a range of measures to denigrate former VP Biden, try to make him look bad, that Kremlin-linked actors were attempting to boost Trump's candidacy on social media, and that they were trying to implicate Biden in criminal activity in his dealings with Ukraine. It also says that they were attempting to orchestrate a high-profile corruption scandal implicating Biden. So the whole Biden crime family, Ukraine Burisma, if you bought that from Fox News or podcasters or whatever entertainment source you get your news from, that was Russian propaganda. They were also circulating narratives on voter fraud resulting from mail-in ballots. Also started circulating the message that Democrats rigged the 2020 election. The FBI came out and said that the video of people burning mail-in ballots that were meant for Trump, that was an AI video by Russia. Our own FBI said that. So if you still buy that that election was rigged by Democrats, you are still gobbling up Russian propaganda. So yes, he put out a document showing that Russia did conspire to try to help him win the 2020 election. And he still lost. And that's why he can't let this go, because they cheated. But he was so deeply unpopular at the end of his first term that even with outside interference from another nation, he still lost.
There were only a few men on after the altar that were actually willing to call other men. One of them was Kieran.
Send a message straight to Donald Trump, straight to this dirty diaper pedophile in hospice with his little burgundy cankles and his little titties and the little pussy on his neck. I want to send a message straight to you, you morbidly obese, dying child rapist. You said the other...
He said that man had burgundy ankles, y'all. What the fuck?
Night that Alex Preddy's stock was down because there's a video of him kicking a taillight out of an SUV of ICE. Motherfucker, his stock went up with me. You fat, nasty, dirty diaper bitch. It went up with me. The only thing that would have made it go up more is if he was kicking the head off of one of the fucking January 6th pedophiles you let out of prison. You nasty little bitch. You soft-handed silver spoon Manhattan pussy. You're a pussy. Donald Trump's a pussy like every pussy that worships him. Donald Trump's never held a fucking tool other than his tiny little mushroom dick. The hardest thing you've done is rape a child, you fucking weakling. Talking shit about a real man. That dude is a fucking patriot. That dude spent his entire fucking adult life taking care of veterans and then honoring them when they pass.
Mercurler, or whatever the fuck your name is. Well, guess what, dummy? You're watching too, stupid.
He spent his days protecting women from the ICE goons that you fucking sicked on him. These proud boy child rapists that you let out of jail. Repeat offender white trash criminals that you let out of jail because you wanted to lie about an election you couldn't win. Which, by the way, you didn't fucking win, bitch. You didn't win. And I don't know why you're so fucking baffled about losing. You've been losing your whole goddamn life, you stupid motherfucker. You'd have nothing. You'd be sleeping on a fucking bench if you didn't have rich parents. You're an imbecile. You're a dumb motherfucker. That's why you won't let anybody see your school records, because you're fucking stupid and you know it. You bankrupted casinos, you pathetic bitch. Trump steaks, Trump water, Trump wine, Trump vodka, Trump airlines, Trump mortgage, Trump...
Damn, the first thing he said to Stormy Daniels after they had sex was, "You remind me of my daughter." Gross. But it sounds just like MAGA.
Shuttle, Trump transportation, Trump University, sued, shut down. Trump charity, sued, shut down for stealing from children with cancer. You stupid, fat, dying pedophile bitch. Fuck you. You're not tough. You're not smart. You're a fucking loser. You're a loser, bitch. And you lost the 2020 election. Your own head of election security said you lost. Then you hired two firms. They also said you lost. Your attorney general said you lost. Your VP said you lost. Your daughter said you lost. You filed 63 court cases. They all said you lost. Fox News was sued for lying about it and set it out of court because they know you lost. Everybody knows you lost. You fat, cankled, dying pedophile bitch. Kill yourself. Send a message straight to...
There's a plan to remove Donald Trump from office right now. Let's talk about it. So I was scrolling through YouTube and I came across a video that really caught my attention. It was from David Pakman, and the title of the video is "They Have a Plan to Remove Trump Now." Now in all caps. And as someone who desperately wants to remove this criminal piece of shit from office and then prosecute him for his many crimes, that really jumped out to me and caught my attention. So I watched the video, and it is based on an article that Pakman read, written by Robert Reich on Substack. And I want to read this article for you. Robert Reich is a serious guy, smart guy, and I want to give due consideration to what he has written here. And I have some comments along the way as to exactly what I think about this plan and its chances of success. So here's the headline of Reich's piece, which he posted on May 12th. The title is "What I
Pay attention, MAGA, the plan to remove Trump.
Just heard about the plot to oust Trump." And he writes this: "Friends, I had a dinner recently with a group of political operatives, sophisticated people who for years have been advising politicians and candidates. Now, if Robert Reich is having dinner with people and he says that these are sophisticated people, then I am going to assume that these are well-connected, highly experienced, smart people. I seriously doubt that Robert Reich would be hanging out with any kind of people other than that. So that's number one. He continues, "During dinner, they shared with me their fantasy, which they gave 30% odds of becoming a reality within the next 4 months. In my dinner companion's fantasy, Trump's failed war will elevate gas and food prices so high and long that much of the Republican base will begin turning against Trump, and Trump's mental problems will become even more obvious. Now, politically, that is all a realistic potential scenario, because prices of gas and everything else are only rising. The MAGA base is continuing to question Trump. More and more of them are beginning to turn. I think if prices of things don't come down really soon as we get closer to the election, and we're only about 6 months away, many of these people are going to begin to panic. You know, they can see the polls. They can see that this is potentially shaping up to be a massive bloodbath for Republicans. So this is potentially a realistic scenario insofar as prices continuing to rise and Trump's Republican base, to some extent, continuing to turn more against him. The article continues. Faced with all this, J.D. Vance promises Marco Rubio that he'll appoint him vice president if Rubio joins Vance in seeking to oust Trump under the 25th Amendment. Rubio agrees. Okay, here's where we start running into problems. The 25th Amendment doesn't work this way. So it says that J.D. Vance would promise Marco Rubio that he will appoint him vice president once they get rid of Trump under the 25th Amendment. See, that's the problem. People think that the 25th Amendment actually removes the president from office. That is not true. It temporarily strips the president of his authority, and the vice president becomes acting president. He does not become president, and the president is not removed from office. So there would be no vacancy for the vice presidency for which Vance could appoint Marco Rubio. So this is not even a possibility. And this is the problem. And this is, honestly, I'm disappointed because I know Robert Reich is a smart guy. But here's the thing. So many people, they don't even bother to read. All you have to do is read the 25th Amendment, and you would know that this is not how it works. I guess Robert Reich never read the 25th Amendment. I guess that none of these sophisticated political operatives with whom he was having dinner ever read the 25th Amendment, because if they did, they would know the president doesn't actually get removed from office. And so as acting president, J.D. Vance could not appoint Marco Rubio to be vice president because there'd be no vacancy for the vice presidency. Okay, so that's a glaring problem. But that doesn't mean this wouldn't work. It just means Vance's promise to appoint Rubio as vice president, you can't do that. But you know what? I don't know that any of these people, I don't know that Vance or Rubio understand how this works either. I would assume, maybe I shouldn't assume, but I would assume that if they're going to go through with a plan like this, that maybe they'd actually read the 25th Amendment to see if this actually works. But who the hell knows? I see, these politicians, high-ranking politicians all the time talking about the Constitution, and they clearly have never read the Constitution. So I don't know, maybe they would try to go through with this. Even without having read the 25th Amendment. Anyway, let's continue because that's not necessarily a fatal flaw in this plan. Vance and Rubio then approach House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune for confidential discussions in which they broach the possibility. Johnson and Thune give Vance and Rubio their tacit support. Vance and Rubio then get Pete Hegseth to sign on, promising Hegseth that he'll keep his job. They get Todd Blanche to sign on by promising him he'll be appointed permanent attorney general. Vance, Rubio, Hegseth,
Carpet
and
Deal, that's a
Blanche
fucking
are
good
what
one.
Thune and Johnson need.
Hold on, y'all. My man Carp said MAGA is a bunch of cucks. The type of men that will watch Trump bang out their wives and daughters from a closet and cry because it's such a beautiful thing. Thank you, guys.
To make the 25th stick. So I read this sentence and I thought, well, maybe these guys actually do understand the 25th Amendment. I mean, they got this part wrong where the vice president, where J.D. Vance could appoint Marco Rubio vice president, but they at least recognize that they will need Congress to go along with this to make the 25th Amendment stick. So, okay, I have a little bit more hope for this plan. Let's continue. This arrangement serves everyone's interests. For Vance and Rubio, it avoids what could be a messy. Well, before I get to this, let me say this. Getting Pete Hegseth, Todd Blanche, Marco Rubio, and J.D. Vance on board, it's hard to believe that they would do this, but not impossible to believe that they would do this. I have no doubt that if they were certain that a plan like this would work, they have no personal loyalty to Donald Trump. They know Trump has no personal loyalty to them. They don't have any personal loyalty to Trump. This is all posturing. This is just the game they have to play. They know they have to pretend to be personally loyal to Donald Trump. But these are all scumbags. These are all opportunists, and they would knife each other in the back, including Donald Trump, if they thought their own personal interests would be guaranteed. The only problem is they would need to feel confident, I would imagine, or pretty damn near certain that this would work. Because if they go after Trump and it doesn't work, they're screwed. But just in principle, the idea that these guys would turn on Trump, conspire behind his back to get rid of him, yeah, I could believe that in theory, that they would go along with something like that. All right, now let's continue here. Vance, no, I already read that. This arrangement serves everyone's interest. For Vance and Rubio, it avoids what could be a messy 2028 primary election in which the two are pitted against each other. As president, Vance gets a head start on being elected president in 2028. As vice president, Rubio is heir apparent in 2032, when Rubio will be only 60 years old, or in 2036. Now, here's a little bit of a problem I have with Vance doing this right now. Remember, the theory here is that this can happen within the next 4 months before the midterm elections. I don't think it's in Vance's interest to do this before the midterm elections. You see, if they go through with this plan now, and in the next 4 months, and it's successful, then under the 26th Amendment, J.D. Vance, if he serves more than 2 years as president or even acting president, as he would if they do this before the midterms, then he could only run for president on his own just one time. He would not be able to run as president and then run for re-election. He could run for one more term and that's it. So he could only serve as president for 6 years and change. That would be it. It would be better for him to implement this plan after the midterms, after he and Trump had been in office for more than 2 years. At that point, if they go through with this plan and they're successful and J.D. Vance becomes acting president, he will be acting president for less than 2 years. He therefore would be able to run for president on his own in 2028 and then again in 2032. So he could be president theoretically for close to 10 years. So it would not be in his best interest to do this now. And politically, I think they would be in a better position after the midterms. After Republicans get their asses kicked. Because remember, all of this is going to hinge politically on the MAGA base turning much more against Trump than they are at this point. And while that could happen in the run-up to the midterms,
people in the back, a constitutional republic is a form of a democracy. It's a representative democracy. The difference being that rather than the people voting on every single law, every single policy that gets passed, the people elect representatives that go to Congress and vote on those things on our behalf. That's what a representative republic is. It's a form of a democracy. It's still government by the people in the form of representatives that we elect to do the job of governing and passing laws. Otherwise, Americans would vote on every single thing that goes through Congress, which, to be honest with you, at this point, I actually think is a pretty fucking good idea, seeing as how we can't trust anyone that we're paying to do their jobs. You know, we elect these people and we pay their salaries with our tax dollars. We also pay for them to have health care, which we don't even get. For the last time, a constitutional republic is a form of a democracy. It's a representative democracy, meaning the people vote on representatives to represent their interests in Congress. They work for us. We pay their salaries and their health care. It's a form of a democracy, for crying out loud. Whatever your orange daddy says, nothing he does reflects democratic values. Nothing. Not one thing this administration does represents a democracy at any level, and we are a democracy. And if you don't get that, if you're so wedded to your cult leader that you're willing to say that we're not even a democracy in the United States anymore, well, clearly that's because you don't want a democracy. You don't care. You care about worshiping your orange daddy. People in the back, a constitutional republic is a form of a democracy. It's a representative democracy. The difference being that rather than the people voting on every single law, every single policy that gets passed, the people elect representatives that go to Congress and vote on those things on our behalf. That's what a representative republic is. It's a form of a democracy. It's still government by the people in the form of representatives that we elect to do the job of governing and passing laws. Otherwise, Americans would vote on every single thing that goes through Congress, which, to be honest with you, at this point, I actually think is a pretty fucking good idea, seeing as how we can't trust anyone that we're paying to do their jobs. You know, we elect these people and we pay their salaries with our tax dollars. We also pay for them to have health care, which we don't even get. For the last time, a constitutional republic is a form of a democracy. It's a representative democracy, meaning the people vote on
Because I don't care if you're a Republican or Democrat, if you support them or not, any objective person is going to have to admit that this motherfucker is having a terrible go of it. It really is. We've had presidents before that have done bad jobs, but this shit is worse than a bad job. It's scary to watch. Holy shit.
Reagan was good. Man, Reagan fucked up more shit, sold guns to motherfuckers, sold drugs. Reagan wasn't shit. And he was not a good president.
Like seeing a crack pipe in your Uber driver's passenger seat. The fuck is wrong with this guy? Yo, he is lunching, nigga. I watched Donald Trump in a press conference, and this motherfucker had all the media gathered, and this nigga literally asked the media to their face to stop finding shit out. I was like, yo, this motherfucker is bugging. And then, I'm not even making this up, his lips started sweating. His lips. Have you ever seen a motherfucker's lip sweat? What the fuck is wrong with this nigga's lips? It's like if you're on a plane, right? You ever been on a plane? I get scared to fly. I do it all the time. I be scared on there. And sometimes the plane will hit turbulence. And then I get nervous. But I always look at the flight attendant, and she looks calm, and it makes me feel calm. But if that bitch's lips were sweating, it's terrifying. Like, yo, nigga, why are your lips sweating? What do you know? And then I'm not even making this shit up. This motherfucker grabbed the podium. He goes, "You don't know how scary the things I read in my briefings are." And I was like, holy shit, man. You ain't supposed to tell us that, bro. That's bad leadership. Even as a parent, you think I'm gonna sit my kids down? Hey, little man, come here real quick. I just want to holler at you for a second. I'm 3 months behind on the rent, nigga, and I am worried. Very worried. Go to school and have a productive day, nigga. I was just thinking out loud, getting some shit off my chest. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? This is bad, man. Jesus Christ. All this motherfucker's ideas sound like high people ideas. Like he doesn't think these things through before he tells us. He just tells us what he's thinking as soon as it occurs to him. This shit sounds nuts. I'm gonna go to China and I'm gonna get those jobs from China and bring them back here to America. For what, nigga? So iPhones can be $9,000? Leave that job in China where it belongs. None of us want to work that hard. The fuck is he thinking? I want to wear Nikes. I don't want to make them shits. What the fuck are you doing? Stop trying to give us Chinese jobs.
Man, Trump just said this motherfucking war was gonna be a couple days. A couple weeks, motherfucker. That's what he said.
Going to bring back coal. Coal? I'm not even exaggerating. I have never in my life even seen a fucking lump of coal. I honestly don't even know what coal is for. If you're gonna have motherfuckers digging around in the dirt looking for shit, find me some truffles, nigga. That's what I'm about. And these truffle prices are getting out of control. If it gets any worse, I'm gonna be back down to regular butter like everybody else. Terrible, terrible job. This motherfucker hit North Korea with rap battle threats. Fire and fury, like, yo, what are you doing? It's fucking Korea, man. Kim Jong-un is a scary motherfucker.
No, I'm answering your question. You asked me a question. Ha ha ha. You asked me a question, dummy. Now I'm going to answer it.
You call Charlie Kirk, you don't want to celebrate his life.
Mm-hmm. I'm not celebrating George Floyd's life, by the way, just so you know.
Okay, so is he a bad guy because he was convicted of aggravated robbery?
I never celebrated George Floyd's life, so I disagree with your premise to the question. Do you understand there's a difference between celebrating somebody's life and saying somebody was murdered? Example, Charlie Kirk was...
Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. He ain't never say no shit like that. I know it. I got something for you. Since you like to lie, I'm gonna let your goofy ass sit over here on the sideline. You gonna watch, but you ain't gonna be able to say shit. Goodbye.
Murdered. What happened to him was awful. Yes. I've never said anything different. Well, are you willing to say the same thing about George Floyd?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we both agree. Well, I'm not going to sit here and say George Floyd was a saint. I'm not going to sit here and say George Floyd was a role model. He was still murdered, Ryan. Just like Charlie Kirk was murdered. They both didn't deserve it. It was awful. Derek Chauvin is in jail, convicted of murder. I do believe Tyler Robinson will get the same treatment, and he will probably be convicted of murder as well. I hope Derek Chauvin rots in prison. I hope Tyler Robinson rots in prison. I mean, I try to be as fair as I can, but that's not what the right is doing. You have to admit, Ryan, the right is not doing that.
Well, hold on. I'm part of the right. So
okay, a lot of people. Okay, fair enough, Ryan. A lot of people on the right. Let me rephrase. A lot of people on the right think that Derek Chauvin should be pardoned. Ryan, what are your thoughts on that?
Pardoned?
Yep.
I don't. I don't know. I don't really have a thought on that. But
you don't have. Wait. Hold on. If I told you that Tyler Robinson, after being convicted of murder, and there were Democrats out there that were calling for him to get a pardon, and you asked me about Tyler Robinson, I said, "Well, I really don't have a thought on that." You'd be okay with that answer?
I don't have a thought on the pardon. I haven't really thought about it at all.
You just admitted that.
I don't consider him pardonable. Okay.
But that's a different. Okay, but that's a different topic. There are people on the. Whether you think he can get a pardon or not that's a different topic. What I'm saying is, do you think he deserves one? Would you be okay with Derek Chauvin walking the streets getting a pardon if he could, hypothetically?
Hypothetically, no. I mean, but here's what I want. Here's what I want. I want another autopsy done, but that's besides the point.
Why do you want another autopsy? Why do you want another autopsy? There's been 2 autopsies done. Michael Baden did one of them, a guy that's been doing this for over 50 years. Why would you want another autopsy?
Well, I think there was a lot of tension around George Floyd's case.
Okay, but just because there's a lot.
Can I just ask you a question?
Okay, but let me just respond to what you just said. Okay, but you just mentioned tension, and then I'll let you go. I promise. Just because there's a lot of tension around a case doesn't mean that the pathologist didn't do their job and Michael Baden didn't do his job. There were 2 autopsies. You do know what the ruling, the cause of death was, right?
What was it?
Homicide. It was ruled.
Was it asphyxiation?
It was ruled homicide, and if you look at autopsies that were conducted, they said that yes, law enforcement led to the death. What law enforcement did led to the death of George Floyd. Now, obviously, as you know, homicide would mean that somebody else was responsible for George Floyd's death, and that means that the drugs weren't responsible for it. So,
correct.
Yeah.
So, my last thing.
Yeah.
You can respond to this. Was,
yep.
You mentioned that people were responding to Jacob Frye, going down on one knee.
Yep.
And praising George Floyd. If he is a bad guy, why would he do that?
Okay, so I'll answer that.
Weird.
First of all, he wasn't taking a knee praising George Floyd. He was taking a knee emotional because you have a man that was murdered. Okay, he wasn't taking a knee saying, George, you were a great man. You did so much for society. He was taking a knee because a man was murdered. What is wrong with getting emotional, taking a knee in front of a casket of a man, regardless of what you may or may not think of his prior life? What's wrong with that? I'm trying to understand.
I'm just trying to understand, why do we make him into a role model? Why are the
how did Frey make him into? Okay, but hold on. Now you're changing the subject. You were just criticizing, it sounded like, Frey for taking a knee and getting emotional. The same way somebody could get emotional at Charlie Kirk's funeral. You know what I would say to them? You have the right to grieve the way you want. It's horrible what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Except Erica Kirk, right?
I haven't criticized Erica Kirk here's what I would say. No, let me respond to that. So if somebody at George Floyd's funeral, like maybe his ex-wife or somebody, was selling merchandise, I would criticize them for that as well. If somebody over George Floyd's body with an open casket, like his wife, went over George Floyd's body, open casket, put out a video on social media, and then asked people for money, I would say that was wrong. By the way, George Floyd's family wasn't worth tens of millions of dollars either. The reason why I've criticized, and by the way, in the hours and days after, I said I felt horrible for Erica Kirk and her kids. Erica Kirk is somebody who is a grifter who, in my personal opinion, based on her behavior, I've criticized her behavior. I have never celebrated or said what happened to Charlie Kirk was good. There is a difference between somebody who grieves in a different way.
You wouldn't celebrate you don't celebrate his life, right? You think he's a bad person?
haven't celebrated George Floyd's life either. Why are you not connecting the two?
But you don't celebrate Charlie Kirk's life either because he's a bad person.
I haven't celebrated. Hold on, but you do know, like 5 times I've said I haven't celebrated George Floyd's life either. You do understand that, right? He was murdered.
I understand, but
good.
Would you say that George Floyd and Charlie Kirk were on equal footing as far as their life? Were just as bad lives?
What does that have to do with them being murdered? Why are we comparing?
I'm just asking you for your opinion.
I believe. I don't know why you're asking that, because we're talking about being murdered.
Who was worse, George Floyd or Charlie Kirk?
I think Charlie Kirk spread bigotry and hatred. He did some bad things. Okay. I think George Floyd. I'm trying to answer your question, man. I'm trying to answer your question, even though I think it has no relevance to the point what we're talking about. George Floyd was murdered. Charlie Kirk was murdered. So I don't even know why you're saying who's the worst person. It's completely irrelevant to the conversation. I thought that Charlie Kirk did a lot of bad for society. He spread a lot of hatred. Now, he didn't break the law as far as I know. I also understand that George Floyd did some bad things in his life. He broke the law. Completely irrelevant and indefensible to what happened to George Floyd and what happened to Charlie Kirk, quite frankly. I try to be very consistent, and I don't even know why we're doing this. Well, compare who's the worst person. Who cares? They were both murdered. They were both murdered, man.
It's just a thought exercise, man.
Well, I don't think it's much of a thought exercise. Why can't you just say, for the people on the right that are saying it's wrong, for anybody on social media yesterday remembering the 6-year anniversary of when George Floyd was murdered, why is that bad? I don't understand.
They kind of prop him up to be like a saint. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Who's propping him up to be a saint? Tell me, what politician is doing that? What did they say?
I mean, it doesn't matter if the
Well, tell me.
It's like
Who's propping? I'm not talking about some idiot on social media.
Jacob Fry was one.
What did he say? What did he say? So wait, somebody who hold on a second. Somebody who kneels in front of somebody's coffin is making them out to be a saint. What the hell are you talking about? You're grieving the loss of somebody. That doesn't mean you're saying they're a saint. I completely disagree with you. Just because you knee in front of somebody's coffin doesn't mean you're saying to the world, this man was a saint and he was a scholar. No, you're showing empathy, something that I would imagine you would agree Donald Trump is not capable of showing. It's called empathy for a man who was murdered.
If somebody flicked off a statue of George Floyd, would you get angry at them?
If somebody, why won't you respond to what I just said? I'll answer your question, but why won't you respond to what I just said? Why do you consider it looking at somebody as a saint because they're getting emotional in front of a casket? Do you realize how wrong you are with that statement?
I mean, comparing like Renee Good and George Floyd, like that's Renee Good.
Renee Good was never arrested in her entire life. She had no criminal record.
So?
She was a mother. No, don't sue me. Why would you compare
Everybody
the two?
in jail has never been arrested at some point in their life until they get arrested.
Renee Good had never been in trouble with the law in her life. Do you think she deserved to be shot and killed?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then you're an idiot. Then you're an idiot. What do you want me to say?
Okay.
You're an idiot. You think she deserved to be shot and killed? How could you possibly make a statement like that? Yes. Why don't you just admit that? Why don't you? Yeah, I saw the video too. Video too. You think Renee Good deserved to be killed? Is that what you just said, sir? You want to repeat that again?
Yes.
Yes. Why do you think she deserved to be killed? Oh, really? Why so? Why so?
Well, because she was driving towards the
Not true. Not true. Even if that.
True.
Okay, so why didn't they do a full investigation then? If it was, why didn't they do ballistics? Why didn't they do blood spatter? Why didn't they do an autopsy? And why did Kash Patel halt the investigation?
The video's clear.
Why did they halt the investigation then? Answer the question. I don't care what your opinions are on the video. Answer my question. Why did they halt the investigation? Why didn't they put on a full investigation? I didn't ask you about the video. I'm going to ask you one more time or the conversation is over. Don't be a coward. Answer the question. Why did be quiet and be quiet and let me ask the question. Okay, lower, pot him down. Notice how Dumbbell doesn't want to answer the question. We're going to try this one more time. If in fact Jonathan Ross didn't do anything wrong, which obviously I disagree with you on, but even if, hypothetically speaking, you were right, why did Kash Patel tell them to stop investigating? They didn't interview witnesses. They didn't conduct an autopsy. They didn't check ballistics. They didn't check blood splatter. That is proper protocol in an officer-involved shooting where there will be a full investigation. So I'm going to ask you a very poignant question, and don't skip around it as I'm going to ask it again. If, in fact, you believe that Jonathan Ross did absolutely nothing wrong, which I think makes you ridiculous, but I guess you're entitled to your opinion, why wasn't there a full investigation into the death of Renee Good, and why did Todd Blanche say there's no further investigation? Why did Kash Patel call off the dogs? Why did they not have a full investigation?
You want me to answer it, or do you still want to keep talking?
Well, because you didn't answer my question the first 3 times I asked.
So
answer it.
One of the things that you said was, why didn't they talk to witnesses? Do you think any of the witnesses would be impartial?
I'm asking you the same question. First of all, okay, so by your standards, don't interview witnesses because you assume what they might say. Do you realize how freaking stupid you sound? Hey, we're not gonna. Wait a second. Wait a second. No, I'm answering your question. You asked me a question. Ha ha ha. You asked me a question, dummy. Now I'm going to answer it. So law enforcement shouldn't interview witnesses because you might think to yourself the witnesses might not be telling you the truth. Sir, you might be the dumbest person I've ever talked to in my life. It doesn't matter what you think the witnesses might say. You still do your job and ask them, you dummy. How can I have an actual real conversation with an imbecile out there? You're an imbecile. Don't interview.
Okay, so anyway,
no, it's not okay. Not anyway. I'm showing people how stupid you are. Okay, Ryan from Pennsylvania calling into the show thinks that after an officer-involved shooting, we shouldn't interview people because they might be biased. So let's not interview anybody. Hey, dummy, after Michael Brown was shot and killed by a police officer, if officers went by what you did, the person who shot Michael Brown would probably be in jail. Are you aware that they interviewed black people and those black people said that Michael Brown charged towards the officer? Are you aware, Dumbbell? Hey, Dumbbell, are you aware? Dumbbell, are you aware? Dumbbell, are you aware that law enforcement interviewed a bunch of black people after Michael Brown was shot and killed by a cop, and some black people actually said that Michael Brown charged the officer? So by your own standards, you might think that black people might have been biased when they see a black person shot from a white police officer, but they didn't go by what Ryan says. You have to do your due diligence and ask witnesses questions and get statements from them. How could you possibly be that stupid? I guess that's my question. Sir, why don't you
unlike you, don't think all black people were bad.
All right, you're an idiot. Get off my show. I never said all black people are bad, you stupid idiot. What I did say was, responding to you, we shouldn't interview witnesses after Renee Good was shot. Police officers shouldn't interview witnesses because they might be biased. You sound like the biggest moron in the world, but what a shocker that you don't have a problem with what Derek Chauvin did to a black person. What a shocker that you would go after Renee Good. She deserved to be killed. You're a Trump mushroom gobbling imbecile. Have a nice day and good luck at your Klan rally tonight, you idiot. No, I'm answering your question. You asked me a question. Ha ha ha. You asked me a question, dummy. Now I'm going to answer it.
You call Charlie Kirk, you don't want to celebrate his life.
Mm-hmm. I'm not celebrating George Floyd's life, by the way, just so you know.
Okay, so is he a bad guy because he was convicted of aggravated robbery?
I never celebrated George Floyd's life, so I disagree with your premise to the question. Do you understand there's a difference between celebrating somebody's life and saying somebody was murdered? Example, Charlie Kirk was murdered. What happened to him was awful. Yes. I've never said anything different. Well, are you willing to say the same thing about George Floyd?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we both agree. Well, I'm not going to sit here and say George Floyd was a saint. I'm not going to sit here and say George Floyd was a role model. He was still murdered, Ryan. Just like Charlie Kirk was murdered. They both didn't deserve it. It was awful. Derek Chauvin is in jail, convicted of murder. I do believe Tyler Robinson will get the same treatment, and he will probably be convicted of murder as well. I hope Derek Chauvin rots in prison. I hope Tyler Robinson rots in prison. I mean, I try to be as fair as I can, but that's not what the right is doing. You have to admit, Ryan, the right is not doing that.
Well, hold on. I'm part of the right. So
okay, a lot of people. Okay, fair enough, Ryan. A lot of people on the right. Let me rephrase. A lot of people on the right think that Derek Chauvin should be pardoned. Ryan, what are your thoughts on that?
Pardoned?
Yep.
I don't know. I don't really have a thought on it. But
you don't have. Wait. Hold on. If I told you that Tyler Robinson, after being convicted of murder, and there were Democrats out there that were calling for him to get a pardon, and you asked me about Tyler Robinson, I said, well, I really don't have a thought on that. You'd be okay with that answer?
I don't know. I don't have a thought on the pardon. I haven't really thought about it at all.
You just admitted that.
I don't consider him pardonable. Okay.
But that's a different. Okay, but that's a different topic. There are people on the. Whether you think he can get a pardon or not that's a different topic. What I'm saying is, do you think he deserves one? Would you be okay with Derek Chauvin walking the streets getting a pardon if he could, hypothetically?
Hypothetically, no. I mean, but here's what I want. Here's what I want. I want another autopsy done, but that's besides the point.
Why do you want another autopsy? Why do you want another autopsy? There's been 2 autopsies done. Michael Baden did one of them, a guy that's been doing this for over 50 years. Why would you want another autopsy?
Well, I think there was a lot of tension around George Floyd's case.
Okay, but just because there's a lot.
Can I just ask you a question?
Okay, but let me just respond to what you just said. Okay, but you just mentioned tension, and then I'll let you go. I promise. Just because there's a lot of tension around a case doesn't mean that the pathologists didn't do their job and Michael Baden didn't do his job. There were 2 autopsies. You do know what the ruling, the cause of death was, right?
What was it?
Homicide. It was ruled.
Was it asphyxiation?
It was ruled homicide, and if you look at autopsies that were conducted, they said that yes, law enforcement led to the death. What law enforcement did led to the death of George Floyd. Now, obviously, as you know, homicide would mean that somebody else was responsible for George Floyd's death, and that
Fry going down on one knee and praising George Floyd. If he is a bad guy, why would he do that?
Okay, so I'll answer that.
Weird.
First of all, he wasn't taking a knee praising George Floyd. He was taking a knee emotional because you have a man that was murdered. Okay, he wasn't taking a knee saying, George, you were a great man. You did so much for society. He was taking a knee because a man was murdered. What is wrong with getting emotional, taking a knee in front of a casket of a man, regardless of what you may or may not think of his prior life? What's wrong with that? I'm trying to understand.
I'm just trying to understand. Why do we make him into a role model? Why are the statues?
How did Frey make him into? Okay, but hold on. Now you're changing the subject. You were just criticizing. It sounded like Frey for taking a knee and getting emotional. The same way somebody could get emotional at Charlie Kirk's funeral. You know what I would say to them? You have the right to grieve the way you want. It's horrible what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Except Erica Kirk, right?
I haven't criticized Erica Kirk well, here's what I would say. No, let me respond to that. So if somebody at George Floyd's funeral, like maybe his ex-wife or somebody, was selling merchandise, I would criticize them for that as well. If somebody over George Floyd's body with an open casket, like his wife, went over George Floyd's body, open casket, put out a video on social media, and then asked people for money, I would say that was wrong. By the way, George Floyd's family wasn't worth tens of millions of dollars either. The reason why I've criticized, and by the way, in the hours and days after, I said I felt horrible for Erica Kirk and her kids. Erica Kirk is somebody who is a grifter who, in my personal opinion, based on her behavior, I've criticized her behavior. I have never celebrated or said what happened to Charlie Kirk was good. There is a difference between somebody who grieves in a different way.
You wouldn't celebrate you don't celebrate his life, right? You think he's a bad person.
I haven't celebrated George Floyd's life either. Why are you not connecting the two?
But you don't celebrate Charlie Kirk's life either because he's a bad person.
I haven't celebrated. Hold on, but you do know, like 5 times I've said I haven't celebrated George Floyd's life either. You do understand that, right? He was murdered.
I understand, but
good.
Would you say that George Floyd and Charlie Kirk were on equal footing as far as their life? Were just as bad lives?
What does that have to do with them being murdered? Why are we comparing?
I'm just asking you for your opinion.
I believe. I don't know why you're asking that because we're talking about being murdered.
Who was worse, George Floyd or Charlie Kirk?
I think Charlie Kirk spread bigotry and hatred. He did some bad things. Okay. I think George Floyd. I'm trying to answer your question, man. I'm trying to answer your question, even though I think it has no relevance to the point what we're talking about. George Floyd was murdered. Charlie Kirk was murdered. So I don't even know why you're saying who's the worst person. It's completely irrelevant to the conversation. I thought that Charlie Kirk did a lot of bad for society. He spread a lot of hatred. Now, he didn't break the law as far as I know. I also understand that George Floyd did some bad things in his life. He broke the law. Completely irrelevant and indefensible to what happened to George Floyd and what happened to Charlie Kirk, quite frankly. I try to be very consistent, and I don't even know why we're doing this. Well, compare who's the worst person. Who cares? They were both murdered. They were both murdered, man.
It's just a thought exercise. Man.
Well, I don't think it's much of a thought exercise. Why can't you just say, for the people on the right that are saying it's wrong, for anybody on social media yesterday remembering the 6-year anniversary of when George Floyd was murdered, why is that bad? I don't understand.
They kind of prop him up to be like a saint. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Who's propping him up to be a saint? Tell me, what politician is doing that? What did they say?
I mean, it doesn't matter if the
Well, tell me. Like who's propping? I'm not talking about some idiot on social media.
Fry was one.
What did he say? What did he say? So wait, somebody who hold on a second. Somebody who kneels in front of somebody's coffin is making them out to be a saint. What the hell are you talking about? You're grieving the law.
Hold on. Yeah, wait a fucking minute, Johnny Wad. Nobody should be murdered or made fun of after being killed, especially going out to murder like 100 or something cops What the fuck are you talking about? First of all, everything motherfuckers did to troll his ass, he deserved that shit for talking that shit. And that's what the fuck you get when you spew out hate and then your ass come up short. Fuck you.
Of somebody, that doesn't mean you're saying they're a saint. I completely disagree with you. Just because you knee in front of somebody's coffin doesn't mean you're saying to the world, this man was a saint and he was a scholar. No, you're showing empathy, something that I would imagine you would agree Donald Trump is not capable of showing. It's called empathy for a man who was murdered.
If somebody flicked off a statue of George Floyd, would you?
Y'all shut the fuck up when y'all know goddamn well Black Lives Matter is George Soros and the other fucking sheep herders.
Get angry at them?
If somebody, why won't you respond to what I just said?
You know what? I'm gonna give it to y'all like this in the chat. Fuck y'all. Fuck Black Lives Matter. Fuck everybody who feel like they want to represent some bullshit. Like we're not even talking about no fucking Black Lives Matter. Y'all on here talking about the wrong shit. How about this? Your motherfucking leader is a motherfucking PDF file. Your leader is a rapist. How about that? Fuck, Black Lives Matter ain't got shit to do with politics today, bitch. Black dicks matter. How about that?
Would you get angry at them?
If somebody, why won't you respond to what I just said? I'll answer your question, but why won't you respond to what I just said? Why do you consider it looking at somebody as a saint because they're getting emotional in front of a casket? Do you realize how wrong you are with that statement?
I mean, comparing like Renee Good and George Floyd, like that's Renee Good.
Renee Good was never arrested in her entire life. She had no criminal record.
So?
She was a mother. No, don't sue me. Why would you compare
Everybody
the two?
in jail has never been arrested at some point in their life until they get arrested.
Renee Good had never been in trouble with the law in her life. Do you think she deserved to be shot and killed?
Yeah.
Okay, well then you're an idiot. Then you're an idiot. What do you want me to say?
Okay.
You're an idiot.
Not more lazier than you welfare motherfuckers.
You think she deserved to be shot and killed? How could you possibly make a statement like that?
Yes.
Why don't you just admit that? Why don't you? Yeah, I saw the video too. You think Renee Good deserved to be killed? Is that what you just said, sir? You want to repeat that again?
Yes.
Yes. Why do you think she deserved to be killed? Oh, really? Why so? Why so?
Well, because she was driving towards the
Not true. Even if that.
True.
Okay, so why didn't they do a full investigation then? If it was, why didn't they do ballistics? Why didn't they do blood spatter? Why didn't they do an autopsy? And why did Kash Patel halt the investigation?
The video's clear as day.
Why did they halt the investigation then? Answer the question. I don't care what your opinions are on the video. Answer my question. Why did they halt the investigation? Why didn't they put on a full investigation? I didn't ask you about the video. I'm going to ask you one more time or the conversation is over. Don't be a coward. Answer the question. Why did be quiet and be quiet and let me ask the question. Okay, lower, pot him down. Notice how Dumbbell doesn't want to answer the question. We're going to try this one more time. If in fact, Jonathan.
Yeah. No, you people are recessive. You people are inferior. That's what the fuck you are.
Ross didn't do anything wrong, which obviously I disagree with you on. But even if, hypothetically speaking, you were right, why did...
That's a fucking lie. The percentage of motherfucking EBT, white people are way higher up on the list. Like, y'all motherfuckers on here just lying. That's not going to change the truth. The truth of the matter is white people are on welfare by over 75 fucking percent. 75% of you motherfuckers are on welfare. EBT, public assistance, need some motherfucking help. 75%.
Kash Patel tell them to stop investigating. They didn't interview witnesses. They didn't conduct an autopsy. They didn't check ballistics. They didn't check blood splatter. That is proper protocol in an officer-involved shooting where there will be a full investigation. So I'm going to ask you a very poignant question, and don't skip around it as I'm going to ask it again. If in
You fucking robots are so predictable. Now we're bringing per capita up. You motherfuckers are funny. It's so it's so fucking predictable what y'all motherfuckers are gonna say out of y'all fucking mouth. Long story short is this. White people are the biggest recipient, the highest number, and the highest percentage of welfare in the country. How about welfare was made for white people? It wasn't even made. They didn't even give that shit to black people. It was made for lazy ass white people who did not want to fucking work. That's who the fuck it was made for. It was not made for people who are poverty stricken. It was made for motherfuckers who did not want to work. They didn't even make that shit for black people to have. They made it for white people. So there's that.
fact you believe that Jonathan Ross did absolutely nothing wrong, which I think makes you ridiculous, but I guess you're entitled to your opinion. Why wasn't there a full investigation into the death of Renee Good, and why did Todd Blanche say there's no further investigation? Why did Kash Patel call off the dogs? Why did they not have a full investigation?
You want me to answer, or do you still want to keep talking?
Well, because you didn't answer my question the first 3 times I asked it. So answer it.
One of the things that you said was, why didn't they talk to witnesses? Do you think any of the witnesses would be impartial?
I'm asking you the same question. First of all, okay, so by your standards, don't interview witnesses because you assume what they might say. Do you realize how freaking stupid you sound? Hey, we're not gonna wait a second. No, I'm answering your question. You asked me a question. Ha ha ha. You asked me a question, dummy. Now I'm gonna answer it. So law enforcement shouldn't interview witnesses because you might think to yourself the witnesses might not be telling you the truth. Sir, you might be the dumbest person I've ever talked to in my life. It doesn't matter what you think the witnesses might say. You still do your job and ask them, you dummy. How can I have an actual real conversation with an imbecile out there? You're an imbecile. Don't interview.
Okay, so anyway,
no, it's not okay. Not anyway. I'm showing people how stupid you are. Okay, Ryan from Pennsylvania calling into the show thinks that after an officer-involved shooting, we shouldn't interview people because they might be biased. So let's not interview anybody. Hey, dummy, after Michael Brown was shot and killed by a police officer, if officers went by what you did, the person who shot Michael Brown would probably be in jail. Are you aware that they interviewed black people and those black people said that Michael Brown charged towards the officer? Are you aware, Dumbbell? Hey, Dumbbell, are you aware? Dumbbell, are you aware? Dumbbell, are you aware that law enforcement interviewed a bunch of black people after Michael Brown was shot and killed by a cop, and some black people actually said that Michael Brown charged the officer? So by your own standards, you might think that black people might have been biased when they see a black person shot from a white police officer, but they didn't go by what Ryan says. You have to do your due diligence and ask witnesses questions and get statements from them. How could you possibly be that stupid? I guess that's my question. Sir, why don't you
unlike you, don't think all black people were bad.
All right, you're an idiot. Get off my show. I never said all black people are bad, you stupid idiot. What I did say was, responding to you, we shouldn't interview witnesses after Renee Good was shot. Police officers shouldn't interview witnesses because they might be biased. You sound like the biggest moron in the world, but what a shocker that you don't have a problem with what Derek Chauvin did to a black person. What a shocker that you would go after Renee Good. She deserved to be killed. You're a Trump mushroom gobbling imbecile. Have a nice day and good luck at your Klan rally tonight, you idiot. No, I'm answering your question. You asked me a question. Ha ha ha. You asked me a question, dummy. Now I'm going to answer it.
You call Charlie Kirk. You don't want to celebrate his life.
I'm not celebrating George Floyd's life, by the way, just so you know.
Okay, so is he a bad guy because he was?
I remain convinced that the single most consequential thing that keeps the USA from becoming what it could and should be is racial hatred. Animus toward others has always been a thing. Throughout our history, lots of folks have been targeted from time to time. Native Americans, blacks, Irish, Jews, Polish, Mexicans, Catholics. The list is a long one. But slowly, as groups integrated into the American culture, skin color was the one thing that obviously set some folks apart. Even the KKK gave up on hating Catholics, because how can you identify them on the street? Recently, a man tried to convince me that he had been discriminated against because he was Italian. Really? He just looked like a generic white dude to me. Skin color is currently the primary target of white male supremacy, and it has settled in as a defining character of the USA. Throughout our history, and especially now, this racial hatred based on skin color has been weaponized by some to pursue their greed for power and money. It's impossible to deny that white male supremacy exists in the White House. Good Lord, Stephen Miller is there, whispering, or probably shouting, in Trump's ear. He's the architect of most of the racially discriminating components of Project 2025. The firing of federal employees, many of whom are black, the hunting down of non-white immigrants, the atrocities of ICE, the eliminating of blacks and women from the military ranks. I'm sure you could continue the list. But here is the thing that the group of middle-class and poor white male supremacists don't yet realize. Even though they are not yet the targets of their super-rich brothers, they are the collateral damage. Their hate is hurting them, not nearly as badly as those they hate, but the greed and corruption that is bleeding our country now is costing them much the same economic pain as the actual targets. Weaponizing skin color has allowed those intent on maximizing their wealth to be elected into positions of power that open the floodgates for increasing their wealth. The middle class and poor white male supremacists keep voting for them because their rich brothers promise that targeting non-whites will eventually benefit them. Many of them will believe that lie until it is too late. It's our job to reach them. The 2026 November election will be critical. Ellis and I were on the bridge Saturday for 2 hours with our signs. 3,747 cars passed by. If we even reached one person, it was worth it. So, stay out there and stay loud.
MAGA influencers are going bananas. They think now that the assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania was staged. I always kind of thought it was staged, and I know that makes me sound a little crazy, but it just something was fishy as hell about it from the very beginning. I also think that here's a man, Donald Trump, that wants to talk about they cheat, I'm the best. There would
What up, Pitbull?
nothing more cheaty or cheaterish than taking out a candidate for president of the United States. The fact that he never talks about this
You laughing at the poll?
ever is interesting to me, but I believe that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling for such evidence. Pop this up. I'm not calling the Butler assassination a hoax, but there are a lot of questions that deserve public answers. I'm asking, why won't Trump release the information about Matthew Crooks? Did he actually act alone? If not, who is behind him and who helped him? Why the cover-up? And why doesn't he ever...
Smash that like button and make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, man. We're building the channel from ground zero all the way up to 1,000 subscribers. Let's get into it. Smash that like button, subscribe.
talk about it? Why doesn't he say, the Democrats tried to kill me, blah, blah. If anything, it's always this weird Christian signaling that God spared Trump so that he could deliver this nation, this great Christian nation to God. Pumps, what do you think about all that?
Okay, I also think that Marjorie Taylor Greene should be questioning, why have we never received a medical explanation for how Donald Trump's ear went from allegedly had a bullet in it, was bleeding, everybody wore Kotex pads on their ear, to it's completely fine. There's zero scar, zero evidence. There's no evidence on Donald Trump, so release your medical records. There's no evidence on the shooter. There's been zero investigation by an independent agency. And I've always thought something was fishy, but when you say that, you sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I don't buy it.
I mean, just in the era of Trump 2.0, where with all of the Epstein drops and all of this stuff, I just put nothing, absolutely nothing past these people. And I think we need transparency. But here is a Wired headline about MAGA. Pop this up. MAGA is increasingly convinced the Trump assassination attempt was staged. Conspiracy theories about the Butler, Pennsylvania.
So MAGA not even fucking believing the shit that Trump is saying now? I thought y'all said MAGA wasn't turning on Trump. The last poll, y'all said that MAGA is not turning on Trump. But it sounds like they are right here.
Pennsylvania shooting have ramped up in recent weeks as once steadfast Trump supporters turn on the president. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Tim Dillon, and other right-wing influencers have floated this idea. And this is what happens when you align yourself with conspiracy theorists. This is what happens with Trump. I will say, we should live in a society, and this seems to have completely dissipated in Trump 2.0, where you have a thorough Secret Service / FBI investigation, and that is completely released to the public. And so when something like this happens and there's very little information about it, no medical records pertaining to the injury of the president, this is what happens. This is when conspiracy theories are born. Was it staged? Was it not? I don't know. I know that they have not presented enough evidence to the public. And do I think that Donald Trump would do something like this? Yes, I do. Do I think it's a crazy conspiracy theory? Yes, I do. I think both of those things can be true at the same time because there is no robust reporting on all of this, which brings me to Kash Patel and the FBI. So if we had a serious FBI that believed in the type of reporting that I was just talking about that could, expose what's going on in Butler and either end the conspiracy theory or prove something really incredible. We have Kash Patel, and The Atlantic is reporting on Kash Patel. Pop this up. Kash Patel's colleagues are alarmed by what they say is erratic behavior and excessive drinking, Sarah Fitzpatrick reports. More than 24 people she spoke with described his management failures and conduct that could harm national security. Kash Patel has alarmed colleagues with episodes of excessive drinking and unexplained absences. And we've seen this behavior before. So Kash Patel's a big drinker, blah, blah, blah. Is there any videographic evidence of this? Play the clip. For those of you listening, here's Kash Patel, fist bumping like a gorilla, like pounding his chest. And they put a medal on him that he didn't earn. And he's jumping up and down with his beer, chugging beer, just enough. And while Kash Patel celebrated, this is in Milan, the FBI was
He looked like the most unathletic meat handler I ever seen in my life.
A cartel violence outbreak in Mexico, a shooting at Mar-a-Lago, and a weeks-long missing person search for Savannah Guthrie's mother. Not to mention, they could have been researching the entire Butler situation to keep Trump's base intact. Pumps.
I read this article and I found it to be probably exactly what I thought it would be. He is going to Las Vegas on the weekend. He's sitting around getting wasted in the poodle room. He is in weeknights in DC. He's going and getting drunk. I mean, it's obvious he's drunk. He's having to push meetings that are scheduled in the morning. And at one point, his security team had to get equipment to breach his room because he would not respond. Is this a responsible person in the FBI? Fuck no.
And it's also, they have 24 people who have confirmed this. This isn't one or two people at the FBI that are like, oh, Cash is a big drunk and he doesn't work right. This is 24 people, 24. The reporting is rock solid. Pop up this next post, Kylie. Kash Patel says, this is during the whole Charlie Kirk thing. He says, the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when able. And then this got community noted, by the way. The Atlantic article reveals that many sources believe that Patel's drinking played a role in his botched response to the assassination. During the Brown University shooting investigation, Patel announced on social media that a person of interest had been detained, but investigators already had doubts about the suspect's involvement, and he was released hours later. So, like the president, these people think that they can govern and or manage the FBI via tweet. So Kash Patel shows up in Utah and he's, tweeting, and everybody, like law enforcement's like, what the hell is he doing? Same thing with Brown University. But he goes on to Maria Bartiromo's show to respond to the Atlantic article, and he took a page directly out of Trump's playbook. Here Patel is threatening a defamation lawsuit. Play the clip.
You know what? They can beat their drums and stand next to toxic waste all they want, but that doesn't make it toxic waste. And Maria, I'm happy to announce on your show that we are not going to take this laying down. You want to attack my character? Come at me. Bring it on. I'll see you in court.
So you're going to sue them?
Absolutely. It's coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow you will be dropping a lawsuit against the Atlantic magazine.
Yes, I will, for defamation. And because you know what, Maria? We have to fight back against the fake news. It's one of the
Tell us what happens in the discovery of such a lawsuit like this.
If you file a lawsuit, the defense the Atlantic would have would be the truth. They would subpoena his credit card records, the flight logs, his driving records. Where did somebody drop him off? That they would interview all of the people that had to get the jaws of life to open his room because he won't answer. All of these things would be open to discovery. He cannot be anything but more entangled and more, his reputation more harmed from a lawsuit. So I'm ready.
I completely agree. It's also super important to note here that Kash Patel, there was a glitch in his computer signing in, logging into the FBI website. He has a stage 5 meltdown, you guys. I mean, like he's spiraling and he's calling people at the White House. Did he fire me? Did Trump fire me? Did Trump fire me? And I've told you guys forever. Any notion when you watch these ridiculous circle jerk cabinet meetings, we're all like, oh, Mr. President, you're so incredible. Your leadership's just the best ever. That these people get along is a joke. These are the most toxic, incompetent, emotionally stunted people. And all you need to know is Kash Patel's meltdown. Yeah. Why would you go to, oh my God, I just got fired? Why wouldn't you go to, hey, something's wrong with my login? Can I get somebody from tech to help me troubleshoot this? He skips over the normal response and he goes to, because he knows how unqualified he is. He knows how incompetent he is. He knows how much he binge drinks. He knows how much he's fucked up the FBI. And in an attempt.
Y'all know motherfucking well, it's already a wash. It's already written on the wall that Trump is the worst fucking president in American history. It ain't no changing that, bitch. There is no change in that. You can type all the weak shit you want in the fucking comment section. The fact of the matter is, you fucking Republicans are fucking delusional. You motherfuckers are delusional. So no matter what you say, we don't give a fuck. Reality is what it is. And the reality is, Trump has a fucking negative 80 is negative 88 on fucking approval rating. Man, get the fuck out of here.
To stay in Trump's good graces, Patel says that the FBI is going to be making arrests related to the 2020 election fraud, the same 2020 election fraud that Fox News
Yeah, your fucking president is more useful than all of us, motherfucker.
peddled and got punished for in court and had to pay $1 billion for lying to their loser watchers of that channel. Play the clip.
About the mission, because every time I see President Trump, he says this repeatedly, that the election was rigged in 2020. I mean, he says it all the time. We all know that. And it's almost getting lost because he says it so much. You've been at the FBI now 14 months. Have you done anything about that? And do you have anything to tell us about
Appreciate you, Jan. Thank you. Welcome to the channel.
that?
Absolutely, Maria. Look, I've been with the president nearly since day one on this. As I told you earlier, I was the one that led the effort with folks like Trey Gowdy, Johnny Ratcliffe, and Devin Nunes to expose the corruption that tried to thwart President Trump's first presidential election run. And we saw the FISA abuses there. And I lived through it, and the media came out.
I love Trump with all I am, a.k.a. a piece of shit.
Me then too. That just shows you that when you're over the target, you keep pummeling the target because the media's going to try and pummel you. We are not going to take this and have not taken this laying down. We did already indict former Director Comey, and that's going through the judicial process. But we also at this FBI, even though we uncovered what we uncovered back in the House Intel days, I had to come in here and find rooms that they hid from the world. I had to come in here and find access on our computer systems in restricted and prohibited case files that they purposely put in places for no one to see and find. We have found all this information. We are working with our Department of Justice partners, and I am never going to let this go because they not only have personally attacked the presidency of the United States and President Trump, but they
Oh man, shut the fuck up.
tried to thwart our elections and rig the entire system. And that is not something that is going to stop on it. That is not something I'm going to allow on my watch.
Right.
But you just have to remember, they built this disease temple over 20 and 30 years. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the Department of Justice and their Attorney General Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests, and it's coming, and I promise you, it's coming soon.
Well,
hey, y'all, tap into the poll. Is Trump, or how much of a pedo is Trump? Big time, little bit, you're not sure, or no way? Smash that like button, double tap that screen, and subscribe to the channel for more videos just like this.
Okay, so to review, Kash Patel will be filing a lawsuit today against The Atlantic, and soon, which I would assume would be this week, he's going to be making arrests of people that he claimed helped Joe Biden, I guess, cheat in the 2020 election. And I say, do it. Yeah, do it. Do it, big boy. Get on your size small jacket, your FBI raid jacket. Go raid some shit. Get all.
Y'all do know that Trump's core base has been tracked as the white uneducated. Smash that like button. Let's go.
Liquored up and arrest some people. That whole thing that we just saw, that was an interview for a party of one. All of that was, please don't fire me because that would be humiliating. And I can't stomach facing that style of humiliation. Furthermore, he has a girlfriend that he has to keep intact. And you may remember from his Twitter feed, he said that his girlfriend,
Man, they shut that motherfucker down.
Alexis, was one of the most patriotic Americans that he had ever seen. She's like 27, okay? She's a country singer. If he loses his job at the FBI, he will lose the BMW transportation that he drives her around in and the use of private planes, which means, and I hate to be graphic here, but this is just the fact of the matter. And she's attractive.
All you motherfuckers know what's coming in November.
Girl. Kash isn't going to get laid anymore. So that whole interview there with Maria Bartiromo, and I want you to think about this. This is not me being cute. The leader of the FBI needs to convince a dementia-ridden, mentally insane dictator fascist who's interested in decorating the Oval Office out the wazoo that he needs to keep his job so that he can continue to get laid. That's where we are, America. That is where we are.
And I just want to point out, I mean, I know everybody watching this understands this. All of these claims have been taken to court and unanimously dismissed because there is no evidence. And All of the lawyers associated with it, save one, have been disbarred by their governing body because they were attempting to present false evidence. And just one other thing, if they could prove it by all these files that are in the FBI computer and, secret rooms, why the fuck is Tulsi Gabbard going on an illegal warrant into Georgia to get ballots? Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Listener, do you feel stuck trying to lose weight? If so, you are not alone. I want to share with you a little secret that our listeners love, and it's weight loss by Hers. It's designed to support you in reaching your goals, and Hers now offers access to an affordable range of FDA-approved GLP-1. Hers. Stop there. And nutrition to you. Not available and safe low for Donald Trump. And here's the thing. I get a singular crazy for hers.com. It's just, it's so, the rewriting of history with this guy, because it's such a mortal blow for Donald Trump. And here's the thing. I get a singular crazy person. I get Trump being a malignant narcissist, dementia, megalomaniac, crazy motherfucker. I get it. What I don't get are these men surrounding him that want to debase themselves and feminize themselves so much like Kash Patel does, to be so obsequious and subservient to an 80-year-old man that allegedly wears a diaper and a full face of makeup. I mean, this is all of this Trump support by these MAGA men is far more an indictment on them than it is on Trump. And then I just want to bring this to everybody's attention. Please play the clip.
Is afraid of him, and they know he's got a lot of information on them, and that's why they're terrified. And you can see them just
by AOC. She's in her 20s. You got your butts kicked by a former bartender.
These efforts are unclassified. And what Google just did to us today,
we're absolutely dead serious.
What he does for a living.
I'm not saying he has a cocaine problem. I'm just saying that I understand that people who frequently use cocaine have to sniff like that rather consistently. And piling that on with the over 24 people that are on record with The Atlantic saying that this guy is a raging addict out the wazoo, I put that all in, in this one tank that Kash Patel, like many of the people that are governing us right now, are addicts, untreated addicts. I have no problem whatsoever with people who are in recovery, and I commend them, and I put a lot of pride in people who are in that position. The people surrounding Donald Trump right now, you may remember the other sniffer around Donald Trump is Dumb, his son, the older one of Dumb and Dumber. Dumb is always sniffing like that. So I just thought that was rather interesting, but that's all we have. Make sure you are subscribed to our channel, and we will see you all later.
For black on black violence, specifically domestic.
Let's start with a phrase you've definitely heard. Somebody posts about police violence or about a black person killed by the state. And within 4 comments, here he comes. Well, why don't you ever talk about black on black crime? I want you to notice something about that sentence. Nobody ever opens with it. Nobody wakes up and says, today I'd like to discuss intraracial violence as a public health issue. It only ever shows up as a response. It's a counterpunch. And that's your first clue, because a real statistic doesn't need a fight to exist. It just sits there being true. This phrase only comes out when someone wants to win an argument. Quick about me, because I only do this once in this series. I've got a master's in criminology, and I spent a large amount of grad school living inside this exact body of research. So this is not a vibe series. This is the literature. And one more thing I'll say once. I'm a white woman, obviously. So I'm not going to stand here and explain black communities to you. That's not my lane. And it's not what the research does anyway. What I'm going to do is hand the microphone over and over to the black scholars and criminologists who actually built this field. You're going to hear their names a lot. That's on purpose. Here's where we're going. Over this series, we're going to take the phrase black on black crime completely apart. Not the people, the phrase, where it came from, what it's actually measuring, who benefits from you repeating it, and what the data says when you stop using race as a smokescreen and start asking better questions. So let's start at the very bottom with the most basic question there is. Is black on black crime even a real category? Is there such a thing? Because the answer is going to tell you everything about why you've heard those 4 words 1,000 times and never, not once, heard them describe anybody else. That's next. Let's start with a phrase you've definitely heard. Somebody posts about police violence or about a black person killed by the state. And within 4 comments, here he comes. Well, why don't you ever talk about black on black crime? I want you to notice something about that sentence. Nobody ever opens with it. Nobody wakes up and says, today I'd like to discuss intraracial violence as a public health issue. It only ever shows up as a response. It's a counterpunch. And that's your first clue because a real statistic doesn't need a fight to exist. It just sits there being true. This phrase only comes out when someone wants to win an argument. Quick about me because I only do this once in this series. I've got a master's in criminology, and I spent a large amount of grad school living inside this exact body of research. So this is not a vibe series. This is the literature. And one more thing I'll say once. I'm a white woman, obviously. So I'm not going to stand here and explain black communities to you. That's not my lane. And it's not what the research does anyway. What I'm going to do is hand the microphone over and over to the black scholars and criminologists who actually built this field. You're going to...
In 38 days, I become the first American man facing court over the Epstein files than anyone actually in the files. My crime, I organized an Epstein files egg hunt on Easter all across Manhattan to expose the Epstein class. Every day leading up to my court date, I'm gonna open up a new egg with a name and a file. Today we open the second egg. Andrew Farkas. We're gonna scan the QR code. I hope that this new year marks great health, new chapters, peace, and prosperity for you. You are the one of the blessings in my life, and I cherish our friendship. To Jeffrey Epstein from Andrew Farkas, 2010. Andrew exchanged over 2,000 emails with Jeffrey Epstein in a friendship that lasted 15 years. Andrew Farkas is the founder, chair, and CEO of Island Capital and has built a real estate empire in New York and is referred to as the legend of real estate. His family built the department store chain Alexander's. He co-owned American Yacht Harbor with Jeffrey Epstein, which is a marina in the US Virgin Islands. Alexander is a very avid boater and yacht enthusiast. 4 months after the explosive allegation and charge of underage sex trafficking in 2006, Farkas offered Epstein the deal to co-own American Yacht Harbor. Andrew Farkas visited Jeffrey Epstein while he was serving his first prison sentence. This is an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Farkas in 2008. Great seeing you. Sorry it was such a schlep. Andrew hid his relationship from his Island Capital Group board members. Andrew Farkas was also a huge political benefactor of former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo once served as vice president of Island Capital Group when he was out of office. Farkas also served as the campaign treasurer to Andrew Cuomo during his campaigns. More recently, in Cuomo's mayoral campaign, Farkas donated $250,000 to an anti-Zohran Mamdani PAC. Island Capital has over $4 billion of assets under management through a variety of real estate and special situation strategies. They are headquartered...
Unfortunately, I'm making a video that has nothing to do with our usual content. And honestly, I never thought that I would have to make a video like this, but here we are. Me attempting to teach other adults how to be decent human beings. Being a content creator has come with a ton of positives. We've gotten to meet a ton of supporters. We've had life-changing opportunities, and we've gained a ton of friendships along the way. But it's also come with a lot of negatives, and it comes with hate comments, which, yes, I know. that it comes with the territory, but social media has made too many of you comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the mouth for it. Being rude is easy. It doesn't take any effort, and it's a sign of weakness and insecurity. But truly, the only comments that really piss me off is when people come at Courtney's image. This beautiful woman that I look at every day has to read negative comments about herself that ridicule every part of her body, and nothing makes me angrier. I think that some people forget there's a real person on the other side reading these
Let's go, Carp.
comments. 95% of these comments would never be said to her in person, but this is the social media world that we live in. They don't know that she's birthed 3 beautiful kids. She's an amazing mom, and she's my best friend, and quite literally the most kind-hearted person I know on this planet. And it's mind-blowing to me when people watch our videos, the negativity, it always flows towards her body image. And jealousy is an ugly trait, and I know this is where all these comments stem from. And at the end of the day, do these comments really matter? No, because my wife is fucking amazing. 99% of y'all we will never interact with outside of this little device we're holding in our hands right now. What matters is how we make each other feel. Enough is enough with belittling and the negativity. Our videos are meant to be relatable and to highlight everyday life with married couples with kids. Y'all know me by now. I'm for free speech. Let's be better. Unfortunately, I'm making a video that has nothing to do with our usual content. And honestly, I never thought that I would have to make a video like this, but here we are. Me attempting to teach other adults how to be decent human beings. Being a content creator has come with a ton of positives. We've gotten to meet a ton of supporters. We've had life-changing opportunities, and we've gained a ton of friendships along the way. But it's also come with a lot of negatives, and it comes with hate comments, which, yes, I know that it comes with the territory, but social media has made too many of you comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the mouth for it. Being rude is easy. It doesn't take any effort, and it's a sign of weakness and insecurity. But truly, the only comments that really piss me off is when people come at Courtney's image. This beautiful woman that I look at every day has to read negative comments about herself that ridicule every part of her body, and nothing.
The ridiculously stupid Trump administration. I'm going to start comparing it to a soap opera. And so today's episode is going to be dedicated to as the insane asylum turns. This man is a lunatic in all forms. He is absolutely the dumbest president we've ever had in history. So, Kylie, Ryan, bring us up to speed.
Okay, well, last night he went on an absolute bender in the middle of the night, had a mental breakdown. He tweeted, I want to say like 55 times in a 3-hour span last night. He's posting weird AI shit. He's calling Obama a demon in many different forms. He's coming at his own DOJ. He's coming at Todd Blanche. Like this.
Adolf and the original Aryans were all...
Hold up, motherfuckers. Who is this? Adolf. Y'all remember them saying Hitler had body doubles? Lots of them.
Adolf and the original Aryans were all melanated Moorish people, ancient Germans of Algermania, who were swapped out by white decoys to keep the theater going. The real Hitler, they try to hide behind the identity of an actor, is named Bayoum Mohammed Hussein, to cover up the man wearing the Hindenburg Cross and the Imperial Eagle, the real Moorish German nobility, and the original black Nazarites who were replaced in your textbooks by castratos like the white Heinrich Himmler and Joseph Goebbels to whitewash the entire legacy. Even in the congressional record in 1937 describes the real Hitler as dark-skinned, having black eyes, and being swarty. Even that German salute was stolen science, used to try and harness the black sun. Our ancestors would raise their hands to the sun, harnessing the black sun through our hand chakras, specifically during an eclipse, to access the high frequency of the singularity and flip the earth back on its axis. These interlopers can never harness this energy, no matter what they try, because they don't have the specific vibration of melanin in their plasma to create those energy constructs. So when you see these neo-Nazis out here today doing that salute, laugh at them. Laugh, because they are performing rituals they don't understand, trying to mimic a science they can never activate. And the swastika was inherited from the Moors. It was a universal symbol used all over the world to tap into the original intrinsic power of our Moorish ancestors, found right here in the Americas on the Anasazi Nation's Corn Palace, centuries before their fake history started. And they didn't care about your petty racism. They were busy mastering the secret of the Saturn black hole sun, tapping into the singularity to create technology that makes our modern toys look like garbage. To systematically erase the original Moorish science, the Nazis established the Ahnenerbe in 1935, an institute dedicated to manipulating history by ransacking the globe for lost technologies and forgotten energy sources. While the Moors used this science through natural alignment, the fake Nazis attempted to mechanize it by building a black sun reactor in secret laboratories hidden beneath Weevelsburg Castle. These experiments culminated in what the Hellboy universe depicts as Project Ragnarok, to open a doorway to a different reality, the dimension of the 7 primordial gods of chaos. That is why they use us. You saw it in Lovecraft Country. They need the melanated man to open the portal, because they don't have the frequency to do it themselves. The Axis powers weren't some white supremacist club. They were a coalition of American, Moorish, Ottoman, Turkish military nations, Germany, Italy, and Japan. They whitewashed the entire legacy of the swarthy Habsburgs just to serve their program, to keep the...
What do you mean Ghislaine Maxwell is not Jeffrey Epstein's current girlfriend, and his last current girlfriend was actually Karina Shuliak, and Ghislaine's arrested, and they've yet to bring this name up, and guess what? It's pretty fucked up. So pay attention. We are about to unpack a lot here. Right here. Shuliak became Epstein's primary girlfriend around 2010, several years after his romantic relationship with Ghislaine had ended. Unlike Maxwell, who acted as an operations manager and recruiter, Shuliak was positioned as his personal partner and inner circle manager, earning her the nickname The Inspector. She remained his girlfriend until his death in 2019. She was his final phone call from jail. And
Iris Paul, tell us why you mad, son. Too much truth in this bitch for you?
The primary beneficiary of his estate. Let's unpack that shit. And apparently Ghislaine was with Ted Wyatt, a billionaire and personal computer company, the co-founder of Gateway, which we all have heard of. Scott Borgson is her current, or at her last one as an American tech entrepreneur, CEO of a company called Cargo Metrics. Like, I guess they all just mingle together. But what's crazy is in 2013, Shuliak stressed about her visa status. So at Epstein's direction, she married an American citizen. Oh, and this is about to get really good. A woman named Jennifer, who Epstein had connected with Kimball Musk. Kimball Musk, as in Elon Musk's brother. They made this marriage happen, then later she got divorced and still got to keep her citizenship. And this was actually a calculated path that Epstein took so he could actually meet the CEO brother, Elon Musk, because Kimball worked for Elon. And then Elon Musk, 2013, on December 30th, can I organize Elon Musk to the island for January 2nd? There's your document. And you know what's even weirder? Shuliak was the last person to speak with Epstein before his death in federal custody, and FBI reveals that prison officials allowed Epstein to call her on an unrecorded, unsecured phone line for roughly 20 minutes, directly violating prison protocol. And then guess what? In the will and trust, following his arrest, Shuliak replaced Ghislaine Maxwell in his final estate planning under a secret trust signed, which is not so secret, it's called the Butterfly Trust. I'll get into that. Where they signed that trust just days before his death, and she stood to inherit $100 million in cash, 48 loose diamonds, a 33-carat diamond ring, a high-value property across Paris, New York, New Mexico, and guess what? Little St. James Epstein Island. You remember that YouTube video? I was like, I wonder if that's her or her security on that island when that YouTuber tried to go on there, but speculation, don't know. But let's not forget the DOJ did actually redact this person because they were a victim. No, they weren't. It was Karina. Again, Karina. And then there's this creepy guy holding her actual permanent residency card. But let's not forget, she's a dentist. And she's in the Epstein files over 36,000 times, almost 37. And here's that Butterfly Trust. Oh, who is that? Karina Shuliak, beneficiary of the Butterfly Trust. The rest of the names are redacted. And here's some more proof. Right there, Karina Shuliak. But what's even crazier is this lady smuggled 50 human teeth from India to the United States. No one talked about it. No one said shit. Actually, the FBI has yet to even do an investigation on her, speak to her or anything, because she was with him since 2010? Huh. So I said, why the hell would a dentist be smuggling human teeth? I mean, you remember, she's a dentist, and these are chairs at Zorro Smiles. And the same thing you saw at Epstein Island. So she was the dentist on base, huh? So I was like, you know what? Is she using those teeth to, one, hide the identities of those people that are maybe now no longer here, or what? Like, what's the speculation on that? And then two, are they using it to change someone's identity? I don't know. But then here she's asking Epstein, it went all well, I think, but it's all because of you. How is your tooth? It went well, said Jeffrey. Your tooth? I said, maybe he just got some dental work done. Maybe. There's a pattern. But those same teeth, they used to decorate a picture frame to evade postal inspection, and they disguised it as decoration around a picture frame. That is deliberate. You made that choice. And then the seller's instructions were precise. Remove all the teeth from the cardboard, boil them for 20 minutes, and then wipe clean. And the recipient was Karina Shuliak. But her dentistry, by the way, was denied. Shuliak attended Columbia's University Dental School, from which her application was initially rejected, only after Epstein bribed two of the school leaders with more than $600,000. Epstein then changed his will 2 days before his death, which I just told you guys about, to leave most of his estate to Shuliak. This is the document confirming, right here, about the teeth smuggling incident. Also, Zorro Ranch is also hers. That's the New Mexico property. But here's what's weird. There's a new billionaire in town who owns it, and they've already started renovations. And the DOJ has been actively blocking it. New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres revealed on Monday that U.S. DOJ has not been cooperating with the state's investigation and actually told them to chill out and back off. And we're talking about a heavily secured place. Again, why so much security for a private estate? It's kind of weird. This is the same place they allege to have buried bodies. Same place they allege to have buried bodies at Mar-a-Lago, Zorro Ranch, and on the island. And by the way, not an investigation since. And also the Mar-a-Lago one, there was actually cryptic messaging from one of the victims that wrote that out. Now, many have reported abuse, that they woke up and they were either been assaulted or while unconscious. And they said this happened at Zorro Ranch, and they woke up feeling drugged and realized this on the 3rd. During the Truth Commission hearings and state investigations, lawmakers revealed harrowing survivor allegations that they were this, that, and the 3rd there. And they were told that their organs and blank had been harvested. She then transmitted a link of CSA material to Jeffrey Epstein via email on February 4th, 2013, a month after they invited Elon Musk to the island. There's the document number, a federal offense under this, that, and the 3rd, carrying a mandatory minimum of 5 years and maximum of 20 years imprisonment. Smuggled teeth also carries up to 2 years imprisonment. Fraud citizenship, 5 years imprisonment, $250,000 fine. And divorced right after. She declined to cooperate with federal prosecutors, citing concerns about her own legal exposure, and she continues to live freely in the U.S. As of November 2025, she holds an active New York dental license. Ladies and gents, why the fuck has she not been arrested and questioned and in a public hearing? What do you mean Ghislaine Maxwell is not Jeffrey Epstein's current girlfriend, and his last current girlfriend was actually Karina Shuliak, and Ghislaine's arrested, and they've yet to bring this name up, and guess what? It's pretty fucked up. So pay attention. We are about to unpack a lot here. Right here. Shuliak became Epstein's primary girlfriend around 2010, several years after his romantic relationship with Ghislaine had ended. Unlike Maxwell, who acted as an operations manager and recruiter, Shuliak was positioned as his personal partner and inner circle manager, earning her the nickname The Inspector. She remained his girlfriend until his death in 2019. She was his final phone call from jail and the primary beneficiary of his estate. Let's unpack that shit. And apparently Ghislaine was with Ted Wyatt, a billionaire and personal computer company, the co-founder of Gateway, which we all have heard of. Scott Borgson is her current, or her last one as an American tech entrepreneur.
Man, this is a lot of heavy fucking information right here. MAGA, you dead?
The U.S. military has officially entered the chat on the Charlie Kirk investigation, and they're bringing a massive reality check to Kash Patel's FBI. But no, for real, the military has blown this story wide open because the U.S. military is now coming forward with a Charlie Kirk bombshell. So they've come forward with some details and a name we haven't heard in a while. They've come forward to say we're on the completely wrong track with this whole thing. So for months, we've been fed a very specific, neatly packaged narrative, some neatly packaged conspiracy theories, lots of information about what happened in Utah. And we've also been given a specific timeline and a lone suspect. And we were told, trust the process, believe the authorities. They've got everything under control. But now, one of the most elite tactical operators in American military history has stepped out of the shadows to say that the official story is physically impossible and that we're looking at the wrong guy. So according to his new, highly detailed ballistics theory, authorities aren't just on the wrong track, they are completely blind to how the shooting actually went down. The angles don't work, the physics don't align. A lot of you guys have been emailing me this information too from your perspective. And beyond that, to prove that the entire investigation is just compromised from day one, this military expert is pointing the finger directly at a ghost. He's bringing up somebody who was right there on the ground when all this chaos started, a man who the media and police pretty intentionally and very immediately erased from the public timeline almost as quickly as he appeared. And I'm going to show you today exactly that man and exactly that moment. And you're going to be like, wait, what the fuck? How did we forget about this? And real quick, if you're new here, I'm Lauren Paritra.
So am I supposed to have a serious intellectual conversation with a man who thinks the president can do whatever he wants to, and unless it affects your family, you don't care if it affects everybody else? That's what I'm getting from this conversation, sir. Unless it affects you personally, you don't care about other people. You have proven that in this conversation.
Hey, Brian. So I came across your show recently, and I see like how hot-headed you can get, especially with supporters. But I'm just wondering, why can't you give Trump the benefit of the doubt?
Okay, so hold on. Let's stop there. Let's have a conversation. I'll be very calm for you, sir. So first of all, it's called passion. I'm a very passionate person in my personal life and my public life. And if you don't like passion and you want to watch or listen to somebody that is monotone, that is boring, then you have the opportunity to do that, sir. I find that very strange that you called in and you say, why are you so hot-headed? But I'll answer your question by saying there's a lot of people that voted for Donald Trump that are very ill-informed and that are very stupid. And let's prove me wrong in this conversation. What would you like me to give Donald Trump credit for? Should I give him credit for ending the war in 24 hours? Let's start there. Donald Trump said the war would be over in 24 hours. Even before he got into office,
Should he give him credit for ending the war in 24 hours? We'll give his ass 72 hours. It still ain't good enough because the war is still fucking going on.
Pick up the phone. Should we give him credit for that, sir? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Should we give Donald Trump credit for lowering the price of gas? He said he would do it on day one. Should we?
No. Gas is way the fuck up. It's come down and it's fluctuating. But right after, about 2 weeks ago, that shit is slowly spiking back up.
Give Donald Trump credit for that.
No.
No, thank you. Okay, thank you. Should we give Donald Trump credit for saying he was going to build a wall and Mexico was going to pay for it?
Well,
yes or no?
Come on, Ika. The borders were so safe.
Listen, don't get
safe again,
sir. Don't get hot-headed with me. Okay, calm down. It's a yes or no question. Should we give Donald Trump credit for saying he would build a wall and Mexico was going to pay for it? Don't skim around the answer. You did a great job. The first two questions, you gave me the answer. Should we give him credit for saying he was going to build a wall and Mexico is going to pay for it? And please don't be hot-headed when you answer my question.
No.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty, sir. Thank you. We're having a very good, productive conversation here. When Donald Trump said that he was going to hire a special prosecutor to go after Hillary Clinton, should we give him credit for that? Did he do that, sir?
I forgot that was even a thing.
Yeah, well, you forgot. Well, okay. I'm not going to say like all the right-wingers say about Joe Biden that you have Alzheimer's, but yes, sir, I'll be respectful to you. He did do that. So Donald Trump did say he was going to do those things. In fact, he ran on those things. So why should I give him credit? What would you like me to? I'll give you the opportunity now, sir, since you're answering my questions, which I do appreciate. What do you think I should give him credit for?
Not as much credit as a benefit of the doubt, because that he's doing so many things that they attacked him.
What is he doing?
About
what is he doing?
Before.
What is he doing?
Particularly the economy, tariffs.
The economy.
Doge.
Okay, let's talk about that. Doge. Let's go one by one. The economy. What is the GDP growth since Donald Trump was day one in office? Have we grown the economy since he's been in there? The answer
no,
is no.
It's shrunk.
The answer is no. Okay, so I'm not going to give him credit for tanking the economy, and I'm not going to give him credit for tariffs, but because it's also the American consumers are suffering for it. But that's okay. Let's talk about tariffs. They said 90 deals in 90 days. Since you want me to give him the, quote, benefit of the doubt, how many deals has he made since he's been in office? They said 90 deals in 90 days. How many deals have been made?
No, he made, as far as I know, 3. One with Vietnam, the United Kingdom, and...
No. So I would argue that with you, but even if that was true, he said 90 deals in 90 days. Should we give him the benefit of the doubt? Was he telling the truth?
Well, no.
Hey, Pitt, ain't it crazy how I was just talking about him earlier today?
Thank you. I appreciate
it. But can I go about what I mean by benefit of the doubt overall?
Sure.
There was actually they right before you actually had him, and you had Elon Musk saying that they actually admitted early on that yes, there was going to be temporary hardship, but what would come after would be so much better.
Let's talk about that.
This is the wealthiest man. This is the wealthiest man on earth.
No, it's not.
This is Donald Trump. One who's
That's a fucking myth.
Actually gone through.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
So many bankruptcies, so many losses, and once.
Let's talk about Elon Musk. Let's talk about that. So they said they found all this fraud. Help me with this, sir, if you may. Is fraud a crime in the United States of America?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering that. How many people have they indicted or arrested? Where's the fraud? Have they sent any recommendations to the DOJ? Can you tell me, has there been one arrest?
No, but what about the wall of receipts?
Okay. Hold on a second. You said what about, but I'll still answer your question. But I just want to be clear on this. It sounds like you're trying to compliment Doge because you said the economy. We just proved that the economy is not, headed in the right direction. It's not true. I've had brilliant economists on this show, most of whom say that we are headed for a recession. So I don't know why you'd brag about the economy. That doesn't make any sense to me. We talked about the lies and the things that he promised to do that he hasn't done. I give you credit for admitting that and being honest. I appreciate that. And now we're talking about Elon Musk because you seem to be praising the richest man in the world. And yet, in Doge, you mentioned Doge. That was the third thing, right, sir? And
right.
Fraud is a crime. They've claimed first they saved $2 trillion. Then it went down to $1 trillion. Then it went down to $140 billion. They can't even prove they saved $140 billion. They keep saying that they found all this fraud. Fraud is a crime. We both agree on that. But yet they haven't indicted one person for fraud. So how can you say that Doge has done a good job? And if you care, and I'm going to believe you, because you are answering my questions, which I appreciate, by the way. Most people don't. If you care about wasteful spending, then why wouldn't you be complaining about Donald Trump spending $25 million of our own money so that he could go to the Super Bowl and leave at halftime or go to a Daytona 500? Why wouldn't you complain about him giving Ashley Babbitt's family taxpayer dollars, $5 million for a terrorist, for a traitor? who went and stormed into the Capitol and lost her life because of her stupidity. If you truly care about that, why wouldn't you be with me and call it out? There is no massive fraud going on. They haven't indicted anybody. What is there to give him credit for? Why would I give somebody the benefit of the doubt when all they do is lie? The guy is the only guy in American history who won't admit that he lost an election as president. Why would I give somebody like that the benefit of the doubt who lied literally 30,000 times his first go around in office? Why would I give somebody the benefit of the doubt who's burned the Constitution up, who's not giving people due process? Why would I give somebody the benefit of the doubt who hasn't been honest and sincere and with one of the ladies that has ever been in his life? Why would I give somebody the benefit of the doubt like that who lies every day?
So first off, I mean, the due process thing is towards illegal immigrants.
Not true. What does it say in our Constitution? What does it say in our... You don't even know, do you, sir? I'm going to read.
Yeah, actually, 5 and 14 it says no person.
Right, and as a person, right?
We're in that gray area.
No, I'm not going to let you get away with that. That is not a gray area. They could have said legal or illegal. They could have said document or undocumented. They said person. Now, let me ask you a question. Is it a person that is being not given due process? Would you consider that a person? Yes or no? Is it a human being? Is it a person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. In our Constitution, it says any person. So don't you give me this, with all due respect, this garbage about how, well, you know, if you're illegal, you don't get due process. That is not the way our Constitution reads it, and that's not the way this country works. And by the way...
But we're fixing a crisis. It's a border crisis.
So you think fixing a crisis is giving people no due process, and a mother that is breastfeeding her 1-year-old child and separated? You think this is the process to send people to an El Salvador prison with no due process, some of whom have no criminal records? One man who's a hairstylist who has 2 tattoos on his body, and they said the tattoos are why we sent him over there. And you know what those 2 tattoos are? Mom and dad. You think that's how we handle a crisis? By giving people no due process and throwing people out of our country with 0 due process, many of whom that are non-violent criminals? You're okay with that, sir?
Well, the Department of Justice said that Abrego Garcia, the Department of Justice official website said he was a criminal.
Okay,
so
but where was that proven in a court of law?
Him?
Where was that proven in a court of law?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry.
Nowhere.
Exactly. Thank you.
Hence, I mean, the Supreme Court, but
just because oh, you want to talk about the Supreme Court? I am so glad you mentioned that. Okay. By the way, none of those people got due process. Who cares what somebody says on a website? The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that Donald Trump needs to help, quote, facilitate the return of Mr. Garcia. Since you care so much about the Supreme Court, since you just brought it up, are you okay with the President of the United States defying the Supreme Court? Yes or no?
I care about winning.
No. Don't deflect. No. The question wasn't whether you think Trump is winning. I need you to focus. Don't deflect. You're the one who just brought up the Supreme Court. I'm going to ask you the same question again. I don't care whether you defy Donald Trump as winning or not. That wasn't my question. I need you to pay attention, sir. I'm not being hot-headed. I'm being as calm as I can, but I start to get agitated when people don't answer my questions. We were off to a really good start. Please, let's not go south. You brought up the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that Donald Trump and his administration must facilitate the return of Mr. Garcia. Are you okay with the President of the United States defying the Supreme Court, yes or no?
Yes.
Wow.
Did you just say yes?
Yes.
So the President is above the law. The president can do no.
They've already have with immunity.
No. You're wrong. The immunity does not apply to a court ruling. You're not allowed to defy court orders. You're not allowed to defy judges, and you're not allowed to defy the Supreme Court. So you're wrong. You don't even understand what the immunity applies to. So you're okay. What you just said is so amazing to me because I guess that's your definition of winning. You're okay with the President of the United States, no matter who it is. It doesn't matter what a judge rules. It doesn't matter what the Supreme Court rules. You're okay with the President of the United States ripping up our Constitution, not giving people due process when the Constitution clearly says every person will get due process. You're okay with the President doing whatever the hell he wants to do. You think that's winning, defying every court, and you're okay with whatever the Supreme Court rules on. You're okay that the President defies that. That's what you're saying, right, sir?
Hey,
sir.
sounds bad, but
Sir, it doesn't just sound bad. You sound ridiculous, and I'm trying to be as respectful as I can to you. You have openly admitted to me that you think Donald Trump is winning. Somehow the country is winning when we have all these people in this country that are not getting due process. We have so many people in this country that have lost their jobs. There are people that are getting intimidated by the Secret Service for saying 8647. You guys are the ones that talk about the Constitution. You guys are the ones that talk about free speech. He is the one who is infringing on our rights. And yet you come to this show and I'm shocked. I'm shocked what you just
He is burning their ass up on this joint.
said, that you can't even admit that maybe the President of the United States, maybe, defying a Supreme Court order, and maybe that might be inappropriate and wrong. You are defying everything basically that it says about this country, our Constitution, how it was founded. And you seem to be totally okay with that because you have some sort of fetish for the orange man. Like, let me ask you another question, sir, before I let you go. And by the way, I do appreciate you having this conversation with me. I do appreciate you answering my questions because I do think for the most part you did, even though I disagree with you. And that's why I'm trying to be respectful to you. Let's talk a little bit about his behavior. Do you have a family, sir? If you don't mind me asking, I'm not trying. There's a reason why I'm asking. Do you have kids?
No kids.
Okay, fair enough. You have are you an uncle? Do you have kids in your family?
Uncle. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so you're an uncle. I appreciate that. So, what would you say about somebody that you call great or winning, who openly admitted to going into teenage girls' locker rooms without their permission because he owned the pageant? And several of those women have come forward since. And Donald Trump admitted to doing that in a sexual manner on the Howard Stern show. You're an uncle. And that's why I'm asking you this question. Are you comfortable with that behavior?
Well,
sir,
but
it's a yes or no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're comfortable. Okay. So let me get this straight. You're an uncle. How old is you have a niece or a nephew?
Nephews between 18 and 13
Gotcha.
and 18.
Okay. So hypothetically speaking, let's just say your nephews, male or female, it doesn't really matter. But let's just go with female here. Do you have a niece, or are they only nephews?
Only nephews, but young people in my family.
Okay,
yes.
young people. Let's pretend that one of those people is a 13-year-old girl, because you said you're an uncle. What if a man in his 60s that owned a teenage pageant walked into a dressing room when your niece was undressing and naked without permission? Would you be okay with that?
No.
Okay, so then why would you say yes just because it's not your niece, sir? Now I'm starting to get frustrated, okay? I'm going to try to be calm with you. You just said you wouldn't be okay if you had a 13-year-old niece and a middle-aged 60-year-old dude walked in there without permission. Then why is it okay for him to do it if it's not a member of your family? He openly admitted it on the Howard Stern show that he went into teenage locker rooms from the beauty pageants that he ran without permission. They were naked, many of them. They were changing. Why is it only if it affects you personally? Why don't you start thinking about other people? So I'm going to ask you the question again. I'm going to give you a chance to retract. Are you okay with the man who you call great, who you claim is winning, personally going into teenage locker rooms, bragging about it on the Howard Stern show in a sexual manner? Are you okay with him doing that without permission? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Why did you say yes?
Because I thought it in terms of celebrities and music artists that have girls surrounding them, and they can push the limits, and that's what I thought that Trump was
so you're wrong about that. Okay, fine. I appreciate the fact that you changed your answer, and thankfully you did. I still don't understand your Supreme Court answer. Let's go with this a little bit further. Are you comfortable with a man who has 25 women that have accused him of abuse, who is a liable abuser, who had to pay a woman off, and his own ex-wife claimed, I'll use the term grape because I am on other social medias where you can't use that word, had to pay her off. Under oath, she said that he raped her. Are you comfortable with that behavior of a man who had unprotected sex with a porn star when Melania was giving birth to Barron? Are you okay with that?
One question at a time. Of the women that came forward, it's that so many women in my circle, in my family.
Here we go.
They all think that these are just dumb women looking for attention.
They're just so
this is the women listening.
Okay,
to this,
so first of all, let me just stop you there. For you to characterize, including his ex-wife, by the way, so you're saying that he married a dumb woman who testified under oath. Clearly, you're not familiar with that case, Ivanka Trump, who recently passed away a few years ago. So Ivanka Trump, E. Jean Carroll, and the 25 other women, because some people in your family made it. By the way, I don't care what members of your family say. I'm talking to you. You're saying that, quote, they're all dumb. Would you say all the women in the Bill Cosby case were dumb as well?
Not all.
Not all.
But
Okay.
who knows if they were? I mean, but we'll think about this for a second. Here's a woman that apparently assaulted, coming like 10 or 20 years later. It's all like it's all like the isn't it?
So if you come out 10 or 20 years later, it couldn't have happened. Is that what you're saying, sir?
I mean, why did they have to wait so long?
Why did they have to wait
every
so long?
woman I
so
know.
I'll answer that. I don't think you know a lot of women, but
the same exact thing.
I don't think you know a lot of women, but let's go back to what you just said, sir. So do you understand that in many situations with women that are the victims of abuse, there's a lot of different reasons why they don't come forward. Some are shame. They're afraid of power. Many women who came forward, some of whom I know personally in the Bill Cosby case, wonderful people, great people. They were scared. They were shamed. They didn't know what to do. For you to say that if a woman comes forward 10 or 20 years later, it couldn't have happened and it's very suspicious. Do you realize how ridiculous that statement is?
I think that, that was the general consensus around.
No, it's not. It's your consensus
around.
No, it's not.
No, around Brett Kavanaugh, about Brett Kavanaugh.
Okay, so first of all, Brett Kavanaugh, we're not talking about. Donald Trump was found liable for sexual abuse. Are you aware of that? A jury of his peers found him liable. Does that not matter to you, sir? Then again, you think that he should just defy the Supreme Court, and you're totally okay with that. But it was proven
in a civil court with almost no evidence.
So did you see all the evidence, sir? Who saw all the evidence? You or the jury? Who saw all the evidence, sir? You or the jury?
Yeah, I'm going on because I'm forgetting about civil court.
So,
I learned about the difference.
So you learned about civil court, but you're totally okay. You're a civil court scholar, but yet you have no problem with our president of the United States defying the Supreme Court on a 9-0 ruling. That makes a lot of sense. But I'm sure you know a lot about the civil court. That's okay. So let me get this right.
To go back.
No. I am going back. I am going back to that. But hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, he's not making anybody rich unless it's tech billionaire friends. But hold on a second. You have all the evidence that the jury saw in the E. Jean Carroll case. You've seen all the evidence.
I have not.
You have not. Okay, so what? Okay, so hold on. It does matter. Hold on. You just said there was no evidence. I just asked you if you saw the evidence in the case that the jury saw. You said no. Sir, I'm trying to be respectful to you. You don't know what you're talking about. You haven't seen all the evidence that the jury saw. You're making a gross assumption. You also said that all the women, including 25 of them or more, that have accused Donald Trump of abuse are all stupid. That is a despicable statement. You also said that you would be okay with Donald Trump going into a teenage locker room without permission when they're changing. And then when I tried to personalize it to somebody in your family, then that made you change your mind, which is very bizarre. You've also said that you're okay with Donald Trump defying Supreme Court decisions, in this case 9-0, to facilitate Garcia coming back. So am I supposed to have a serious intellectual conversation with a man who thinks the president can do whatever he wants to, and unless it affects your family, you don't care if it affects everybody else? That's what I'm getting from this conversation, sir. Unless it affects you personally, you don't care about other people. You have proven that in this conversation. All right, sir. Have a nice day. You sound. I appreciate your call. It sounded like you just developed a stutter in the middle of the phone call. I hope you get that fixed, sir. Have a nice day. Holy smokes. Wow, that was a piece of work. By the way, I didn't yell at him. I didn't scream at him. But I will say this. That man is a complete MAGA buffoon. So am I supposed to have a serious intellectual conversation with a man who thinks the president can do whatever he wants to, and unless it affects your family, you don't care if it affects everybody else? That's what I'm getting from this conversation, sir. Unless it affects you personally, you don't care about other people. You have proven that in this conversation.
Hey, Brian. So I came across your show recently, and I see like how hot-headed you can get, especially with supporters. But I'm just wondering, why can't you give Trump the benefit of the doubt?
Okay, so hold on. Let's stop there. Let's have a conversation. I'll be very calm for you, sir. So first of all, it's called passion. I'm a very passionate person in my personal life and my public life. And if you don't like passion and you want to watch or listen to somebody that is monotone, that is boring, then you have the opportunity to do that, sir. I find that very strange that you called in and you say, why are you so hot-headed? But I'll answer your question by saying there's a lot of people that voted for Donald Trump that are very ill-informed and that are very stupid. And let's prove me wrong in this conversation. What would you like me to give Donald Trump credit for? Should I give him credit for ending the war in 24 hours? Let's start there. Donald Trump said the war would be over in 24 hours. Even before he got into office, he would pick up the phone. Should we give him credit for that, sir? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Should we give Donald Trump credit for lowering the price of gas? He said he would do it on day one. Should we give Donald Trump credit for that?
No.
No, thank you. Okay, thank you. Should we give Donald Trump credit for saying he was going to build a wall and Mexico was going to pay for it?
Well,
yes or no?
Come on, the borders were so safe.
Listen, don't get
safe again,
sir. Don't get hot-headed with me. Okay, calm down. It's a yes or no question. Should we give Donald Trump credit for saying he would build a wall and Mexico was going to pay for it? Don't skim around the answer. You did a great job. The first two questions, you gave me the answer. Should we give him credit for saying he was going to build a wall and Mexico is going to pay for it? And please don't be hot-headed when you answer my question.
No.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty, sir. Thank you. We're having a very good, productive conversation here. When Donald Trump said that he was going to hire a special prosecutor to go after Hillary Clinton, should we give him credit for that? Did he do that, sir?
I forgot that was even a thing.
Yeah, well, you forgot. Well, okay. I'm not going to say like all the right-wingers say about Joe Biden that you have Alzheimer's, but yes, sir, I'll be respectful to you. He did do that. So Donald Trump did say he was going to do those things. In fact, he ran on those things. So why should I give him credit? What would you like me to? I'll give you the opportunity now, sir, since you're answering my questions, which I do appreciate. What do you think I should give him credit for?
Not as much credit as a benefit of the doubt, because that he's doing so many things that they attacked him.
What is he doing?
About him
what is he doing?
Before.
What is he doing?
Particularly the economy, tariffs.
The economy.
Doge.
Okay, let's talk about that. Doge. Let's go one by one. The economy. What is the GDP growth since Donald Trump was day one in office? Have we grown the economy since he's been in there? The answer
no,
is no.
It's shrunk.
The answer is no. Okay, so I'm not going to give him credit for tanking the economy, and I'm not going to give him credit for tariffs, but because it's also the American consumers are suffering for it. But that's okay. Let's talk about tariffs. They said 90 deals in 90 days. Since you want me to give him the, quote, benefit of the doubt, how many deals has he made since he's been in office? They said 90 deals in 90 days. How many deals have been made?
No, he made, as far as I know, 3. One with Vietnam, the United Kingdom, and...
No. So I would argue that with you, but even if that was true, he said 90 deals in 90 days. Should we give him the benefit of the doubt? Was he telling the truth?
Well, no, okay, on
thank
there.
You.
But
I appreciate.
But can I go about what I mean by benefit of the doubt overall?
Sure.
There was actually they right before you actually had him, and you had Elon Musk saying that they actually admitted early on that yes, there was going to be temporary hardship, but what would come after would be so much better.
Let's talk about that.
This is the wealthiest man. This is the wealthiest man on earth. This is Donald Trump. One who's one who's actually gone through.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
So many bankruptcies, so many losses, and then one.
Let's talk about Elon Musk. Let's talk about that. So they said they found all this fraud. Help me with this, sir, if you may. Is fraud a crime in the United States of America?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering that. How many people have they indicted or arrested? Where's the fraud? Have they sent any recommendations to the DOJ? Can you tell me, has there been one arrest?
No, but what about the wall of receipts?
Okay. Hold on a second. You said what about, but I'll still answer your question. But I just want to be clear on this. It sounds like you're trying to compliment Doge because you said the economy. We just proved that the economy is not, headed in the right direction. It's not true. I've had brilliant economists on this show, most of whom say that we are headed for a recession. So I don't know why you'd brag about the economy. That doesn't make any sense to me. We talked about the lies and the things that he promised to do that he hasn't done. I give you credit for admitting that and being honest. I appreciate that. And now we're talking about Elon Musk because you seem to be praising the richest man in the world. And yet, in Doge, you mentioned Doge. That was the third thing, right, sir? And fraud is a crime. They've claimed first they saved $2 trillion. Then it went down to $1 trillion. Then it went down to $140 billion. They can't even prove they saved $140 billion. They keep saying that they found all this fraud. Fraud is a crime. We both agree on that. But yet they haven't indicted one person for fraud. So how can you say that Doge has done a good job? And if you care, and I'm going to believe you, because you are answering my questions, which I appreciate, by the way. Most people don't. If you care about wasteful spending, then why wouldn't you be complaining about Donald Trump spending $25 million of our own money so that he could go to the Super Bowl and leave at halftime or go to a Daytona 500? You know, why wouldn't you complain about him giving Ashley Babbitt's family taxpayer dollars, $5 million for a terrorist, for a traitor, who went and stormed into the Capitol and lost her life because of her stupidity? If you truly care about that, why wouldn't you be with me and call it out? There is no massive fraud going on. They haven't indicted anybody. What is there to give him credit for? Why would I give somebody the benefit of the doubt when all they do is lie? The guy is the only guy in American history who won't admit that he lost an election as president. Why would I give somebody like that the benefit of the doubt who lied literally 30,000 times his first go around in office? Why would I give somebody the benefit of the doubt who's burned the Constitution up, who's not giving people due process? Why would I give somebody the benefit of the doubt who hasn't been honest and sincere and with one of the ladies that has ever been in his life? Why would I give somebody the benefit of the doubt like that who lies every day?
So first off, I mean, the due process thing is towards illegal immigrants.
Stop scrolling because an Epstein survivor just went in front of the United States Senate, blasted Todd Blanche, shared her story in an act of heroism. Everyone needs to see this moment from Danielle Bensky. It won't be on every major media network, but the people need to see, so spread this everywhere.
In December, before the document release, our attorneys submitted 350 victims' names to the Department of Justice as victims' names to be redacted prior to the release. In that first release, I found my name in 2 places. In that next release in January, my name appeared again, but this time the redactions were so...
This is going to be quick. You see it. And so, here we go again. Denial of primary sources. Denial of facts. The problem that many of you, and I have to call you this for identification purpose, Eurasian Native Americans, is that you drunk the Kool-Aid too. Now, it's partly not your fault because the Carlisle School, the Choctaw School, and all these other schools started right after the Civil War programmed this information into your mind. But the real history and facts are not what's in your mind and in your brain. So let me break it down. This is a depiction of the war, the Yamasee Creek War, 1715. And so somewhere inside of common people's mind, they might believe that when we say South Carolina, we mean that they owned all of that land that we see as Carolina, North Carolina today. These Europeans who were subjects were workers who lived on little villages. And this is them fighting who? Let's get a little closer so we can see. And then we got to translate this on the bottom so you can see. Let's get closer so you can see. Now, according to what we know, they didn't have photos, so art was used to depict what people look like. Do you know how many images in American Indian art that depict this, what you're looking at? So your comment is going against real history. Real history is going to speak. It's going to speak loud. In 1914, the U.S. Congress set a commission to deal with a study and gathering information about American Indians.
All right, we're in for a real treat today, iHip News. I am joined by writer, activist, and former pastor named John Pavlovitz. He is an author of 8 books and confronts the ridiculous hypocrisy of MAGA evangelicals in his best-selling Substack, The Beautiful Mess. John, welcome.
Thank you so much. So good to be with you.
Yes. Okay. So why did you leave the church?
Well, I had been a pastor for about 17 years and started to see the church change, my particular church, but the larger church, as Obama was elected, going through his terms. And then in the 2016 presidential campaign specifically, I started to watch Trump ascend in this process. And I started to realize, if I'm going to be a spiritual leader of any kind, I need to speak explicitly into what's happening, because Christians were softening their convictions. They were suddenly, moving the goalposts, which they've done for 10 years now. And I started writing more explicitly, but I could nudge my congregation because I had been there a while, had an equity of trust. But I got to a new church, and I always say after 5 months, I heard God calling me to leave that church, and it came in the form of my pastor's voice saying, "You're fired." And my words on equality and gender and sexuality and race were uncomfortable for them. So I found myself outside of the system.
So would you say that your inspiration is more based on Jesus Christ and what he says than Old Testament?
For sure.
All right, joining me today on iHip News is one of my favorite Instagram follows. His name is Lucas Bean. He is a behavioral researcher, creator, and podcast host, breaking down the psychology of power, politics, and human nature on the Lucas Bean podcast. And he joins me today on iHip News. Lucas, how are you today?
In Supremacy World War III, you can take over the planet, but only with the right strategy. Test yours and download for free today.
It's nice and compact. You can still fit up to 15 cards plus cash in here at the same time, so it is kind of the best of both worlds. You guys can even see...
Stay on this video and I'll tell you how Trump lost billions. Yes! But here's the bad news. He lost these billions, but he reportedly made 600 million plus 15 times that amount, like 6 to 15 billion privately that nobody knows about, and I'm going to reveal it all to you. And here's the deal. Here we go. So first, what happened is that Trumperific has meme coins, right? His meme coins lost $3.8 billion. Yay, right? Wrong. His investors got screwed. His investors got screwed, y'all. Hercules. His investors got screwed. These dummy motherfuckers put in $3.8 billion. You know the majority of them people was good old don't know anything, but I totally trust the white power. I mean the power of whites. That's all I'm saying. So basically, these idiots invested this money in Trump coin, and Trump coin dipped. Well, at the same time, they lost $3.8 billion collectively. He reported 600 million. Now, you know who Trump is. Trump does what? He lies, manipulates, projects authority. Put LMP in the comments. Put LMP. I'm waiting. Put LMP in the comments. Everybody. Put LMP. Lies, manipulates, projects authority. He suffers from diabetes. The truth insulin is that the way you can tell he's lying is his mouth is moving, right? So here's what happened. This is what I mean by total. Let me show you something. I want to show you something. I live downtown Chicago. You see that building? That's the Trump building. It's a very nice structured building. But in that building, he screwed over both the contractors like he does in every building. And then what he did is he screwed over the actual architects who had homes there. And they had something weird in their contract that they can't have their home if the prices go up, and they could sell it for better prices. Yes, he fucked over the very architects and the contracting and the subcontractors like he does in every building. He fucks over the subcontractors, right? Well, Trump is known for what? In the beginning of this second term, I was really worried. I was ready to move to another country. Then all of a sudden I said, wait a minute, everything he touched goes from sugar to shit. And sure enough, this meme coin has fucked over his investors, but made him billions of dollars. Not 600 million. 600 million is what Trump reports. Why did I know he made more than that money? How did I know he made more than that money? Here's what people aren't privately talking about. The loans. You see, when you have a building, and by the way, his name is licensed on the building. He doesn't own the building. They license his name. They should go license it to somebody else, like, I don't know, Versace. That would be cool. Versace, or, you know, some cool building name they could put on it other than, yeah. So here's the thing. And by the way, on the first floor of that building, they have had problems for years trying to get the leasing and put a store in there. You know, just, you know, it's a beautiful building. It is. And the people are very nice. I've met some of the people outside the building who work there. Just really incredible, top class act. The services seem very nice. I've heard good, at least some good things. I've heard some bad things about the restaurants. But you know how you restaurants are. So I'm not going to hold them to that. But the staff there is nice. But the problem is that he screwed over so many of his contractors. So going back to this meme coin thing, the loans, let's talk about that. Let's say there's a building he or a property he owns, like Mar-a-Lago, right? Wealthy people, just anybody, wealthy people loan against their properties and either arbitrage or live off them or do both. So here's what I mean. Loans are free. So here's the secret way he's getting money. Listen to me now. Loans are free. Okay, meaning they're tax-free. They're not free, but they're tax-free. So the cash flow from all his businesses pay the loans. And in some cases, when there's an accrual, when the property becomes more valuable, that don't even pay the loans. They just end up paying the interest in refinance. What I'm trying to get into all this technicalese is they're using the money, which is what businesses should do. They're using the money. That's why he became a felon in New York, because he was hyping up the value of his properties to get higher loans. So here's what a business owner, any of these businesses you see, any office buildings, any residential buildings, they take out loans.
You know exactly what will take your business to the next level. Websites, apps, newsletters, slides, and
to not just upgrade the building, blah, 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 but they arbitrage. They take the extra money, either live off some of it or all of it, or they arbitrage. That means if they can get a loan at, say, lower price, let's say 3-4%, but they know somewhere where they can make investments at 8% or whatever, that's better. They're making money while paying off that loan, and they're making more money from their investment that they loan from that property. You see what I'm saying? And over time, I'm in a building that has, 40 stories and 480 units, and they refinanced this thing for 100 million, and this building's worth about 150, somewhere in there. And they bought it in 2020, right before the pandemic, or right before the real pandemic hit. They closed that deal, and they refinanced it, and they take the refinance money and either get percentage, keep following me, getting the percentage off of that money, or they live off of it, or a combination of that. You feel me? You following me so far? Here's where he comes in with his secrets of billions from this investment. He's been loaning money through the meme coins and anything else, assets he can attach to it, and taking that money. And again, the whole arbitrage thing where you can get a higher percentage, his business people in his company do that, not him personally, because he probably wouldn't even know how to do it, but they do it under, of course, his advice, because he's been doing this for 50 years. And they do this in real estate everywhere. So this is not new. You can get, your loans aren't taxed, aren't taxable. They get the loans and they reinvest it. Arbitrage I just talked about, or they put them, now keep following me, I'm really going somewhere with this. Or they live off of it, or a combination of that. So that way they don't have to take on salaries or worry about how they live. Here's what's interesting about Trump that nobody except for me talked about. I have not heard one person on the web, and you know how deep I am on the web with this shit. Almost nobody. I don't think I've seen anybody talk about this. He's getting these loans against his meme coins. But his meme coin, Darren, is dropping by billions. Yes and no. Here's how he gets over. Remember his brothers, his sons and son-in-law, Jared, Eric, Don Jr., Barron, right? They are shopping the services of the United States across Europe, across Saudi Arabia, across every major company. They are leveraging his presidency to get a ton of business. This is one of the reasons, other than Epstein, that's going to get him in jail. And they are leveraging businesses. To get business from the United States, you got to take care of them. What are the 3 ways to take care of them? Wire transfers, but those can be traced a little bit, even though they got hundreds of millions of dollars going back and forth that people publicly have not been able to find the companies, shell companies and all that shit, right? But you can trace it. That's why, think about it like this. They can find this money, or at least some of it. The cash is going to be a little harder because that's the second thing. Wire transfers, cash, Bitcoin meme. And he just got approved to have banking privileges for all people with meme coins, to have banking privileges in America. So he could do all sorts of creative financing with this. You know, Trump and creative financing is a dangerous word, right? That's why the Supreme Court doesn't want him touching the Federal Reserve. That's why they went against him on the tariffs. Understand what I'm saying here. The cash may be hard to find. The wires may be hard to find. The Bitcoin is not as hard. It's cryptic. That's what the whole idea of crypto is. But it's not cryptic as in its ledger. It's an open ledger. Years ago, a bunch of feds busted a big Bitcoin scammer and decided to take a little bit for themselves. They're in jail right now. Why? Because open ledger shows where all the money goes. Bitcoin is not secret, not telling where the money goes. It's cryptic. They call it crypto because they're protecting the password and the information on it. But the ledger, the creator of Bitcoin, did this to make it open banking versus hidden records that are in real banks. Do you know that? Now you know. Now, why is that important to know? Because all of his moves are traceable. All of the wire transfers are traceable, and even to a certain degree cash. Now, who could find that sort of thing out? Oh, the people he's been firing by the thousands. The inspector generals, yes, they could. That was the first group he fired literally the Friday after he was inaugurated. But what did he fire next, y'all? He fired the NSA, CIA, FBI. They're still firing intelligence officers. And they can find every fucking cent. And here's the good news by good old cute cuddly black man Darren is smiling. They've been providing information to the media, but the intelligence community, both current active, retired, and people in the private sector. Now, I've told you all about private sector, especially if you've been in my Clarity group. I've been talking about that for the last year plus. There are people, not every millionaire and billionaire like Donald Trump. Don't think the millionaires and billionaires are all after getting you. No. No more than all the blacks are after getting you, or all the whites are racist, or all the Mexicans are after getting you. You know, it's not in all on millionaires and billionaires. And there's some of these motherfuckers who are financing these intelligence people in the intelligence community. You know, I'm from Chicago. I just showed you where I live, right?
Whiteout Survival. Play free now.
Let's win some prizes. We have a winner. We have a winner.
6 business people got together and decided with the president of his time in the 1920s that this crazy ass gangster who was running around selling liquor and killing everybody in Chicago had to go. So the president sent them a forensic accountant from what would be the IRS, or the pre-department of what is now called the IRS. And they found some records that they had captured from a house of ill repute. And it was a ledger that showed that this guy, Al Capone, had been getting millions and $100 million. And that's how he went to jail. Because 6 businessmen, and we didn't find this out till decades later, and of course he kept it secret because they could get killed by the outfit, by the mafia here in Chicago. But it was 6 business people. There are wealthy people who are financing the look into Trump shit, and they're financing them through people with intelligence backgrounds. There are intelligent people who are taking it upon themselves to look into that shit. So you got wire transfers, you got cash, which again, CIA can find some cash, and you got crypto, this meme coin thing. So while these people lost 3.8 billion, he reports 600 million, but he's probably made about 15 billion. That nobody knows about. And it works like this. The sons and the stepson go around and shop it. And some Saudi trillionaire billionaires, some heads of industry who are mega corporations out of China, will send money to the meme coin. They loan money out of that and out of other assets, and they can turn that into wealth for themselves, because they can take that money they loaned out the meme coin and put it into investment assets. And they can do it, if they're really slick, into cryptic or overseas shit. And I know you're mad, but let me tell you, I'm glad, because they're going to get found. Because what they hadn't figured out with crypto, or maybe they don't care and they don't think anybody's going to find out, just like all crooks think that way. They're not going to find me out. Next thing you know, you see them in jail. I don't know what happened. Should have did that. Yeah. Because of this open blockchain I talked about, they got even the feds in trouble when they tried to steal Bitcoin from a prisoner, a Bitcoin scammer. They're going to find them. And what's beautiful about this is that the investors got burned, which I laugh at, but what's really beautiful about this is that somebody's going to snitch on somebody, because when you lose 3.8 billion collectively, somebody knows something, go tell on somebody and go off. It's beautiful. The only thing even more beautiful is watch me, what I'm saying, watching these people tell on each other about predictive platforms and insider trading. Yeah, between the corruption I just pointed out, shopping America, and between the Epstein stuff, him and his sons in big trouble. Binge watch the rest of my content. Let me tell you something. You will never ever hear anything like this. Period. If you go to my homepage, do me a favor. You'll see where you can donate. Please help me out, because I do not have big company sponsors. I am not tied into any big PACs or any of that. And I don't ask often. If you really like what I said, if you can give $50 or more, great. If you don't have it, don't do it. I'm not trying to get people to do that if they got less than $50. But if you got $50 or more, thank you very much, because this helps that endeavor, okay? You can also join my membership there in the YouTube group. Thank you for all of those who stayed with me on my membership. But sending money directly, that would be great. Thank you, all right? Other than that, let's keep going. Let's keep focused. By the way, I promise you, I won't put it in the meme coins and Bitcoin.
These features from Robinhood Gold are too good not to share. Get a 3.35% APY with Robinhood Gold, and you can get up to $210 match on your eligible contributions into your IRA. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to maximize your money's potential for just $5 a month. Sign up now and get the first 30 days free.
It should be completely unacceptable. You were asked to comment on things you didn't have before you. The treatment here to me is just outrageous, and I apologize on behalf of the United States Senate. This idea that as a private citizen you can't sell things is insulting to me when we have Kash Patel, our sitting FBI director, selling merch on his site. When you have a president of the United States hawking the Bible, and yet you as a private citizen who has a platform to inform people about the law, how dare we make such an accusation when the mockery of justice, the exploitation and the grifting off of their offices has never received criticism from that side of the aisle. And yet they want to demean you as a private citizen for engaging in commerce. That's ridiculous. In addition to the fact that you were a career public servant for your entire life, you were a public defender, underpaid, overworked, not for a year, not for 5 years, but for years. The dignity and the service you have brought, no matter whether we disagree with your politics or not, should merit the praise of every single senator here. So I apologize for what you endured. I thank you for the service you've given to this country. And on matters of horrible killings, horrific acts, these are complicated matters. I hold here, and I'll submit this for the record, people who were victims, families, survivors, who wrote letters to the President of the United States asking not to have the death penalty put there. And I understand there's differing views, but you are put in those complicated decisions to write career memos for the president to make decisions about who's pardoned and not. And so I am sorry. What I witnessed, I came late to the hearing, was just unacceptable to me. And I am grateful, as somebody that follows you, that reposts your content, I am grateful that you're here.
Thank you.
I want to say, I didn't hear that on the microphone. Senators enjoy praise. So what did you say?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just want to say, before serving as a pardon attorney, I pointed out that you were a federal public defender with clients in the Bureau of Prisons. Was it customary process for transferring a Bureau of prisoner from a low security prison to a minimum security camp? Was that standard practice?
That was unheard of.
Unheard of. It's against BOP policies. What role does the Deputy Attorney General usually play in that process?
Usually the Deputy Attorney General would have no role in designating or transferring inmates.
No role whatsoever, yet the Todd Blanche went directly and met with him. Are you aware of any person serving time for child sex trafficking like Ghislaine Maxwell being transferred from a low security prison facility to a minimum security camp?
I have never heard of that. It would be an egregious violation of the Department of Justice's own rules.
Ms. Banksky, how do you feel knowing that the Deputy Attorney, Todd Blanche, went to meet with her for 2 days and then gave her a cushy transfer while he would not meet with you, and then lied to this committee yesterday saying he was barred by the law, which a first-year law student can know the difference of? How did that make you feel?
It's devastating for survivors, and I'd like to add to that Annie Farmer, a victim and survivor who testified in Ghislaine Maxwell's hearing, actually wrote a letter to Todd Blanche immediately after that and requested a meeting with him regarding the move and the transfer, and she's never heard anything back at all.
It is insulting to heap upon survivors the indignities that he has by not even meeting with you, yet he transferred a sex offender to a cushy camp.
In Conflict of Nations, you can build an army, battle other players, create alliances, and even drop a nuke. Just tap below and download now.
So Hunter Biden has broken his silence on his dad's biggest mistake. Interesting. He went on the I've Had It podcast with Jennifer Welch, and he gave us some gems here. So let's start with this one. He talks about what, from his perspective, is his dad's biggest mistake. Let's listen.
The single greatest mistake
of my father's administration was the leadership of Merrick Garland.
I completely agree. I write about this in my book, Not Today Fascist.
The reason that we are in the situation that we're in right now can almost, well, by the way, the buck has to stop with my dad. He was the president and he chose him. Now, once he chose him, he played by the, a higher standard than the Marcus Queensberry rules. He played by the Constitution and the tradition that the president will never, particularly since Nixon, involve himself in any decision making as it relates to anything at the Department of Justice. So I guarantee you there was a division between church and state there. But if Merrick Garland had started a completely 100% legitimate investigation rather than thinking like, let's not fan the flames, like did you not watch what I watched?
Yeah.
Did you not see these people storming the Capitol of the United States of America, beating cops and running congressmen and senators literally out of the building?
Yeah.
You didn't see that? You didn't see a president and know that it was a concerted and planned effort on their beginning all the way back from the day before the election when they knew they were going to. I mean, go back and listen.
They wanted to kill Mike Pence.
Go back and listen to Steve Bannon talking to Miles Gow on the day before the election, saying exactly what they were going to do. There's tapes. Mother Jones has these tapes that were like, you got to listen to the tape where he says, this is what we're going to do. First, we started with the laptop and we took, I think his license with the pictures, because they did this whole thing where I was a pedophile in China and all this stuff that they put out there. And the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to say that the election was not legitimate. And we're just going to say it over and over and over again. So we knew that it was a planned conspiracy that had a disparate number of actors all working inside and outside of the White House at all levels of government.
It's a layup.
And he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything. The only way that we got to any prosecution of him as it related to January 6th is we had to wait for Congress to go through an entire series of hearings. And it lays it all out then. Right. And we still don't go after him. We don't end up going after him and get Jack Smith until the documents case. And then they bring the documents case in Florida rather than in D.C. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, I absolutely don't get it.
Look, I'll tell you what it was. It's the culture of impunity among presidents and former presidents, right? It's the idea. And look, to be fair, it really was Barack Obama that laid this precedent. He got in office and he said, when talking about potentially prosecuting war criminals from the Bush regime, he said, we look forward, we don't look backwards. So in other words, all the torture, the illegal wars, the war crimes, like, we're just going to go ahead and let that slide. Okay, well then when you did that, now it just becomes, it's not like legal and illegal. It now becomes a matter of opinion. Torture now becomes a matter of opinion. Holding people extrajudicially now becomes a matter of opinion. Guantanamo Bay becomes a matter of opinion. Massacring innocent people in the Middle East now becomes a matter of opinion. And it was because of that, as opposed to being right and wrong, legal and illegal. And it's because of that, that groundwork was laid. And so when you have Trump commit all these crimes, try to steal the election, do the fake elector slates, literally do like dozens of crimes, and then Biden gets in there, he does the hands off, like, I'm not going to politically interfere in what my Justice Department is doing. And, I think Merrick Garland did the thing that Democrats have done in modern history, which is, okay, yeah, they did some stuff, but we're going to give, since they're a U.S. president, we're going to give them mulligans. They get a bunch of mulligans. Trump gets a bunch of mulligans. And I think the mindset was he's going to silently go into the night. I think that's what it was. They felt like he's done. They felt like after January 6th, with his low-ass approval rating and him being a psycho, now he's not going to try to get back into politics. And, even if he does try to get back into politics, when he does try to get back into politics, he's not going to win. He's going to lose because they felt like they had, destroyed MAGA once and for all. But here's the problem. There is no such thing as a final victory in politics. And if Democrats don't seriously materially deliver for the people, there could always be a backlash. And so I agree. Look, there are two things you could say that are Biden's biggest failures. One of them, of course, is the genocide in Gaza. He armed that. He funded that. He never really cracked down on Netanyahu. He let them get away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with. And the end result of that is now international law is just a matter of opinion. Now the ICC doesn't matter. The ICJ doesn't matter. International law doesn't matter. We're back to law of the jungle and might makes right. So he helped bring us that. Joe Biden helped bring us that. And the other thing is, Hunter's right, this Merrick Garland thing, it's directly because Merrick Garland didn't do his job properly and didn't prosecute Trump properly that the second Trump term could even happen. If it wasn't for Merrick Garland, this shit wouldn't have fucking happened. If he did his job properly, this wouldn't have happened. So literally everything Trump has done, the bombing innocent fishermen in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, wouldn't have happened. The stealing the oil and gold from Venezuela and kidnapping their president wouldn't have fucking happened. The illegal war against Iran wouldn't have fucking happened. The massive amount of corruption and self-dealing, the likes of which we've never seen before, wouldn't have happened. All of this stuff, the high gas prices, the unemployment, none of this would have happened if it wasn't for Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland fucked up doing his job and ruined it for everybody. So I think he's 100% right. And I think it's kind of refreshing that he's actually going against his dad here and saying, like, look, here's where he fucked up. And he even said, like, the buck stops with him. Like, Merrick Garland failed to do his job, but the buck does stop with my dad. Like, you probably shouldn't have picked him, period, because he's a little pussy-ass bitch, if we're being honest. Merrick Garland is a pussy-ass bitch. There he is, breaking his silence on his dad's mistakes. Now let me show you this one. He'll talk about how the biggest problem in America is not the oligarchy. It is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, because Hunter Biden is also against the oligarchy, to be fair. But he says, actually the problem is the closetocracy. Now, what does that mean? He'll explain it. Here
I believe that the biggest problem in America is, in Washington, D.C., with the federal government, is it not the oligarchy.
Closet cases.
It's the closetocracy, as I call it. It is. And I'm being totally serious. Everybody knows there is like this closeted gay mafia, largely Republican, that exists in Washington, D.C., and everybody knows every single one of them who's gay. And so it's and what I believe, the only reason that is relevant is because I believe that internal conflict creates so much vitriol inside a person that they take it out on the rest of the world. And they do. And so what they do is their whole lives, they've been closeted. And so you have this like black ball inside yourself, this like blackened heart by the fact that you can't be who you want to be. And so you take it out on everybody else. And these men, largely men, have done exactly that. And everybody knows who they are. Everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, look, that's not wrong. I mean, I think to say the oligarchy is not the biggest problem, like I said, I think that's kind of tongue in cheek. I think he's sort of joking about that a little bit. I mean, Biden famously, on his way out, gave a speech kind of echoing Dwight Eisenhower, with Eisenhower talking about the military-industrial complex. And Biden was like, look, it's the fucking oligarchy, okay? And he's saying it's the closetocracy. And look, to be fair, it's true that all of these Republican closet cases, they're the fucking worst. These are the same people that take away reproductive rights from women. These are the same people that kicked 18 million people off Medicaid. These are the same people that kicked millions of people off the SNAP program, the food stamp program. These are the same people that are the biggest warmongers in all of D.C. Yes, Lindsey Graham is a great example of this. The guy is the most obvious closet case in the world, and he literally never met a war he didn't like. So there is something to be said about, being raised in a conservative religious environment, but you have those feelings, and so you feel shame over that, and you repress it, and then, all these things warp who you are, and it comes out in very weird ways. And oftentimes, these are people who are performatively anti-gay and anti-trans. It's because they are struggling with their own identity and with their own issues. So you have that, and then you marry that together with every policy preference they have is just to make everybody's life worse off. They want to cut taxes for the billionaires while raising your taxes. They want to cut the social safety net programs. They want to wage more wars. I mean, it is astonishing. It is astonishing how evil these people are. And so he's got a point here as well. All right, but then we also have this one. Ready? Here he talks about Zoran Mamdani, and this is where, look, I think the conclusion is sort of inescapable, that Hunter is to the left of his dad. Here we go.
They look at people like Zoran Mamdani, and they go, oh my God, it's the end of the Democratic Party. I look at Zoran Mamdani, and I go, there's a leader.
I completely agree.
Every single thing that they talked about, it was, people are going to flee the city and they're going to go crazy. And, it's the worst thing that could ever happen. And the Democratic Party is going to be tagged with, this Muslim, blah, 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 blah. And here he is. And he made promises. And you know what he did? He kept them.
Yeah.
He kept them. He's lowering rent. He's building co-op grocery stores. He's doing something about. Kindergarten, pre-kindergarten. I mean, like that's all. That's what people care about. They care about that.
He's not a dick. He doesn't throw anybody under.
Really good.
He's really, really, really good.
He's to the left of his dad, I think, for sure. And it's funny, Bernie famously said that really, like, one of the only senators who treated him like an equal when he was in D.C., when he was in the Senate, is Joe Biden. That Joe Biden was one of the only, like, nice guys. Now, that's not to excuse any of the, arming and funding a genocide sort of wipes away whatever sort of personal charm you may have. But I think the point stands that Hunter appears to be significantly to the left of his dad. So, to his point, yes, Zoran cracked down on shitty landlords, okay? He got Hochul on board for universal child care. He was able to successfully freeze the rent. They filled a record number of potholes. He ordered a deep cleaning of the subway. He's taxing the rich. Zoran is the first example in a very long time of executive leadership where he says, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and then they were able to successfully do X, Y, and Z. And that shit is fucking rare. It is rare. It reminds people that politics doesn't have to be endlessly frustrating. It doesn't have to be a law of nature that you elect somebody, they get in there, and then their approval rating immediately drops 20 points because they fucking stab you in the back 14 times over. No, you could actually elect somebody who wants to make things better, and then they get in there and they do make things better, even if he only delivers on, let's say, for argument's sake, 35 to 40% of his agenda. That is 35 to 40% more than anybody fucking else. Right? So he's like, that matters to people. And that matters to people. And he's one of the few politicians who he took office and then his approval rating went up. It went up. Number one most liked politician in the country is Obama. Right behind him is Bernie and Zoran. And there is a reason for that, ladies and gentlemen. There is a reason for that. It turns out when people get a taste of democratic socialism, they go, holy fucking shit, this is awesome. And then finally, I guess he talks here about Trump Jr. and Eric Trump. Now let's remember, if you're Hunter, for the past however many years of your life, it's been filled with Republicans whipping up a hate mob against you, them lying about you in the media, them showing your dick pics endlessly, which honestly, low-key is sort of a flex because now everybody knows Hunter's got a big swangin' thing, right? So, but you've been harassed nonstop by these people. They show you at your worst moments. He's an addict. He's open about that fact. He smokes crack and shit like that. Like, he's open about all that, but there's been this mass harassment campaign against him. Then on top of that, there's been the lies. And remember, Hunter just won a lawsuit. He won millions of dollars off some asshole who lied about a corruption scandal involving him. Hunter sued. Now he won millions of dollars because the corruption scandal was a total fucking lie. The most corrupt thing Hunter's ever done is sell paintings for 17 cents in a Pop-Tart. That's it. Literally. All the other stuff was made up, and he proved it. They proved it. So he's sitting there. He's a public enemy number one for years. Meanwhile, he's looking at Uday and Kusei Trump, Don Jr. and Eric, and these fucking losers, every other day, they got a new corruption scandal where they're robbing taxpayers blind. They're doing the most insane shit you've ever seen. And so if I'm him, I'm sitting there and I'm bubbling with rage, right? And so here he talks a little bit about them. Listen to what he says.
So let me ask you this. If Don and Eric called right now on your cell phone and said, we want to meet you in the White House lawn.
Yeah.
You're going to fight me first, and then you're going to fight the other one. Are you going?
Neutral territory. I go bring him out to Lafayette Park. I'll do it there. Or better even, let's go to Lincoln Park where I used to buy crack. We'll do it there. It's only 2 more blocks away.
He said, let's go to Lincoln Park where I used to buy crack. Oh, no.
If they can make the walk. Oh, my God. Just the opportunity to punch either one of them in the face. Of course, it would be very demeaning for the public discourse. I get it. I'm 56. I'm out of shape. I swear to God, if they offered me a cage match, I would take it in a second because you know what? I would die before I tapped out.
You know what's so funny? Basically, Biden's entire political career, they all, like all of the Democratic staffers and advisors around him, they all wanted Hunter to shut the fuck up and go in the background. Shut the fuck up, go in the background. Shut the fuck up, don't make noise. Shut the fuck up, don't embarrass your father, don't embarrass your family. Like, you're a liability, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. Then you see, like, when you listen to him talk, you realize how little Democratic staffers know. Democratic strategists and Democratic staffers are the dumbest fucking people. They've been professionally wrong about absolutely everything because this man is a weapon. This is somebody you'd want out there making the case for you. giving interviews. He's authentic, he's raw, he's real, he's honest, he's likable, right? He's had a checkered past, but that only makes him more endearing once you hear this motherfucker talk. You go, oh, he's actually like a real-ass dude. So never listen to Democratic staffers. Never listen to Democratic strategists. They're the dumbest people in the world. They've been professionally wrong about fucking everything. And what Democratic politics needs is a lot more of a Hunter vibe. You need a lot more of that authentic vibe, that real vibe. Because it's a lot harder for people to go after you when your dirty laundry is already all out there and you fucking acknowledge that shit. It's the classic Eminem trick from 8 Mile. You know, you go down the list of like, yeah, here's all the things that are true about me. So what? Now let me go after you, you fucking bitch. And that's what he does. And that's what he does. So you simply love to see it. Hunter really laying it down here, and it's awesome.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Whiteout Survival. Play free now.
A pretty stunning turn of events as even Trump's closest allies, the people he handpicked expressly because they would toe the line on literally anything he said or did, are now slowly starting to show signs of breaking with the president, something that most of us, and frankly even Trump himself, never thought would happen. For example, Politico just published a story with the headline, "Vance was skeptical voice in White House on Iran strikes." To be clear, that story does not get written unless JD Vance wants it to get written. That was very obviously placed by somebody on Vance's team, recognizing how much of a disaster this war already is, and Vance positioning himself for 2028 as the lone guy in the room who wanted to avoid getting us sucked into war, which of course is total bullshit. In reality, not only was Vance not that guy, but he was among the voices angling to go bigger in Iran. According to the New York Times, quote, "Few in the president's inner circle voiced opposition to military action. Even Vice President JD Vance, a longtime skeptic of American military intervention in the Middle East, argued in a White House Situation Room meeting that if the United States was going to hit Iran, it should go big and go fast," according to people familiar with his remarks. In other words, Vance is, of course, just as culpable as anybody else, but he can read the writing on the wall. He can see the polls, like the one showing that this is the single least popular war in modern American history at its outset. He can watch the coverage, which of course is overwhelmingly negative. He can see oil prices surging and gas prices rising, and he probably remembers right now how the people who pushed us into Iraq are viewed after the fact. Meaning he needs some image rehab, and he's wasting no time, waiting not even 2 weeks before he starts planting stories in Politico suggesting that he's the one guy in the room who disagreed with Trump, as opposed to the reality, which is that he is in part the reason that we're there. And it's not just JD Vance. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, also took the opportunity to distance himself from Trump. Just days ago, a reporter asked Trump and Hegseth about a bombing of an Iranian school that left over 160 children dead. Here's how that went.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Trump says definitively that it was Iran, which of course is a lie, and Hegseth, standing right next to him, would only offer, quote, "We're certainly investigating." He wouldn't confirm Trump's comments as Trump was literally standing beside him. That's a pretty significant break, considering Pete Hegseth is generally so far up Trump's ass he can touch the back of his teeth. Turns out these people aren't actually in information bubbles, they just like to pretend that they are. So Why is this significant? After all, these are just minor instances of breaking with Trump, but the reason is that these people are there expressly because they would never break from him. Donald Trump expects total loyalty. Total. That means 100% of the time. And when he doesn't get total loyalty, as we know, he throws people under the bus, like he did with Michael Cohen and George Papadopoulos and Kayleigh McEnany and Mike Pence and Marjorie Taylor Greene. The fact that now 2 of his highest-ranking administration officials have begun the process of distancing themselves from Donald Trump is a testament to his growing weakness. Remember, this guy, hosts cabinet meetings where everybody takes turns filleting him. I mean, it really is the most insane humiliation ritual I've ever seen. And yet now he's got his vice president placing stories breaking with Trump in Politico. If that's not a sign of his weakened grip on the presidency, I don't know what is. And of course, more broadly, it tells us something even more important. This really isn't a story about Trump's own officials. They're not distancing themselves because Donald Trump showed that his position is morally bankrupt. They're not doing it because it's the right or moral thing to do. They're doing it because of public pressure. They're doing it because of us, which should be a lesson to everybody, that these people are all very much still susceptible to public pressure. I know that Trump likes to fashion himself an autocrat who can do whatever he wants and never face any consequences, but that's not the world we live in. And while Trump might delude himself, the people around him aren't willing to do that. Of course, the reality is that no matter how many political pieces they place, and no matter how much they refuse to confirm Trump's lies, even if they're right next to him, they are all permanently marred by their association with Trump. They will not be able to outrun their connection with the guy for the rest of their lives. This is their legacy now. An administration that launched a war they promised they wouldn't launch, raised prices they promised they wouldn't raise, and protected a child sex trafficking ring that they promised they would expose. This is a White House based entirely on branding, and unfortunately for them, this branding has already stuck. You're watching No Lie with Brian Tyler Cohen. Next up are my interviews with JB Pritzker, Jared Moskowitz, Adrian Fontes, and Gina Hinojosa. No Lie is brought to you by ZBiotics. So I have to tell you about a game-changing product that I used the night before going out with drinks. It's called Pre-Alcohol. ZBiotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic Drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. So here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's a buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for rough days after drinking. Pre-Alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to make Pre-Alcohol your first drink of the night, drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. Every time I have pre-alcohol before drinks, I notice a discernible difference the next day. Even after a night out, I can confidently plan on being on camera without worry. And I won't lie, I was on the fence about pre-alcohol initially, but I gave it a shot, and believe me, it is the real deal. So look, March is a marathon of social events, from the slopes to the bracket watch parties to Guinnesses on St. Patrick's Day. Pre-alcohol is the tool that you need to fully enjoy the end of winter. Go to zbiotics.com/BTC to learn more and get 15% off your first order when you use BTC at checkout. ZBiotics is backed with 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/BTC and use the code BTC at checkout for 15% off. I'm joined now by the governor of Illinois, JB Pritzker. Governor, thanks for joining me.
Great to be here, Brian.
So we've seen Donald Trump really double down on this idea that there's going to be some election interference. We've heard about reporting that he's drafting an executive order as the result of China interfering in the 2020 election that would, quote, unlock extraordinary presidential powers over voting. Now, notwithstanding the fact that the president doesn't have powers over voting, voting belongs entirely to the states, still that's not going to stop Trump from thinking that he does or trying to exercise this idea that he does. And so what is the plan in your state of Illinois in the event that, in what feels like the inevitable event that Donald Trump does try to, usurp control of our elections?
This is crazy. There's one design that everyone is using. Same layouts, same fonts. How can customers tell your business apart when the internet tries to fit you into a box? Your business is one of a kind. So ask for a unique design and watch it appear. Designs, slides, sites, apps, animated videos, customized for you. For everyone else, there's sameness. For you, there's Replit.
Two girls fell for Quinn on the last day of school. Quinn, the powerless nobody. Mira, soft-voiced, She'd kissed his cheek in the parking lot. Cass, sharp eyes, sharper smile. She'd held his hand in the library. For 1 week, Quinn had felt like the main character of his own life. Like maybe being the only kid in school born without powers didn't matter. Like maybe he was finally seen. Then Rex stepped into the firelight with a microphone.
Last Monday, I made a bet. $500 each. 2 volunteers, 1 week. Could we make Ridgemont's biggest level 0? Believe 2 girls actually liked him?
The crowd erupted. Quinn's stomach dropped through the sand.
Mira! Cass! Come collect!
The girls walked forward and took the cash. They didn't look back. Quinn couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The whole class was laughing. Then a voice cut through it.
That's enough, Rex!
Layla, the prettiest girl in school. The one who'd never said a word to Quinn in 4 years. She stepped between him and the firelight, and the laughter died.
$500 to humiliate someone who never did anything to you. That's the move? That's the whole flex?
Rex's smile twitched.
Stay out of it, Layla.
No. Anyone else laughing? Look at him. Really look. Then laugh.
Nobody did. Quinn ran anyway, past the fire, past every face he'd ever known, past the version of himself that had believed any of it. He sat in the dark for hours, powerless in a school of superpowers, the joke of his entire class. Tomorrow was the last day of school, the day before the day 1 duels at the military academy. He should disappear, skip it, walk away. But morning came anyway. Quinn forced himself through the gates one last time, head down, jaw tight. Just survive 1 more day, then he could vanish for good. Then he saw her. Layla. Across the street, waiting at the crosswalk. She looked up. Their eyes met. She opened her mouth like she had something to say, and then someone screamed. Oh God, she's going to get hit! In 3 seconds, the prettiest girl in school would be dead. A kid with super speed was tearing down the street, 200 miles per hour. So fast, he was invisible. Quinn saw it before anyone else did. In this school, every student had superpowers. But Quinn? He was the only kid in school born without powers. And somehow, he was the only one who saw this super speed runner. His body moved before his brain caught up. He lunged forward, shoved Layla out of the path, and stepped directly into the speedster's lane. The impact was a freight train. Quinn hit the pavement. Vision went white. When it came back, the speedster was gone. Just a ripple of dust across the crosswalk. Layla stood over him, unhurt. Quinn, you saved me. Did you finally get powers? How did you see that guy? Quinn was wondering the same thing. How was powerless Quinn able to do that? Then a steel fist hit him on his temple. Rex. Arms already plated in metal, locking into place, click by click. Blood slid down Quinn's cheek. He wiped it and froze for half a second. The smell hit him first. Not metallic. Not normal. Something in his chest stirred. How dare you touch Layla, you freak! Are you trying to play the hero? Students stopped. Whispers started. Did Quinn just grab Layla? Why is he even here? He doesn't have powers. Doesn't he know what happens tomorrow? Rex looked at the crowd forming and fed off it. He grabbed Quinn's collar and lifted him off the ground. Why are you still here? Tomorrow is the day 1 duels at the military academy. Half the students get expelled. The other half fight until someone drops. And you think you belong in that arena? Rex shoved Quinn backward. You'll be dead before the first round ends. Quinn's jaw tightened. You make me laugh, Rex. Are you afraid that I'll beat you at the duels tomorrow? The crowd laughed. Rex's smile vanished, and he hurt Quinn where it hurts the most. His dead parents. Your parents died fighting for this planet, and all they left behind was a powerless nobody. What a waste. Rex was about to stomp on Quinn when Layla intervened. Rex looked at her with disgust on his face. Layla, you're protecting him? A level 0? He shook his head. You're embarrassing yourself, Layla. Ability users like us don't waste time on insects. Layla stepped into the gap between them. Calm. Steady. What are you gonna do, Rex? Hit me too. It's the last day of school. You want to be known as the guy who fights girls? Rex stiffened. The crowd shifted. Loop tugged his arm. Come on, Rex. We'll crush him tomorrow. Rex's eyes dropped to Quinn, then to Layla, and he dropped his final warning. If I see you at the military academy tomorrow, Quinn, I promise you, you will either be expelled or be carried out in a body bag, all before day one ends. Loser. He turned and walked away, his crew laughing behind him. Quinn struggled to his feet. Blood dripped from his mouth, ribs screaming. Layla turned to him. Thank you, Quinn. You really did save me. But why provoke Rex? You know he's always looking for a reason to crush you. Quinn forced a grin through the blood on his lips. Isn't that what heroes do? Save the pretty girl and annoy the bad guy? Layla's eyes softened, but worry crept in. I hope you have a plan for the day one duels. Without powers, you could actually die. Quinn straightened, barely hiding the wince. Don't worry, I always have a plan. Quinn had no plan, no powers. But he was stepping into that arena tomorrow. Walking away was worse than dying. How was Quinn going to get superpowers in one night? What was going to happen at the day one duels? Would he survive? Quinn limped home. Every step sent pain through his ribs. All the rich kids have the best ability serums. Their parents buy them power books, trainers, everything. My parents left me nothing. He stopped walking. He remembered his parents' house. Burned, destroyed in the war. He hadn't gone back in years. But there had always been rumors that they kept secrets. Things hidden in the walls. Quinn changed direction. He saw the bats from 2 blocks away. Hundreds of them. Flying over the house and filling the orange sky. Quinn took 1 step closer. Every bat turned its head toward him at the same time. Then they hit him. Not flying past. Flying into him. Clawing his shirt, his neck, his arms. One scratched his throat. Blood ran down his collarbone. Get off me! Quinn tried to run. Legs wouldn't let him. Feet kept moving toward the house. Step after step. Against his will. Blood running hot. Not warm. Hot. Like something inside was waking up. The debris of the front entrance crumbled as Quinn crashed through. Bats poured in behind. The crack in the foundation swallowed him whole, like the house had been waiting. Quinn hit the floor hard. Silence. Hundreds of bats on the ceiling, watching. In the center of the room, a book. The color of dried blood. 4 fangs carved into the cover. A heartbeat. Not his. Coming from the book. My parents did leave me something. Where his blood dripped onto the cover, it drank it in. Darkening. Absorbing. Quinn realized that the book wants blood. His blood. He pressed his bleeding palm flat against the cover. The fangs glowed. Text burned across the leather. Warning. This will unlock a forbidden ability. Ability users will hunt you if discovered. Proceed? Quinn thought of Rex's voice. You'll be dead before the first round ends. He was desperate for power. He pressed harder. The book exploded open. Light burst outward. Pages turned faster than humanly possible. Strange symbols, ancient text, and somehow Quinn understood every word. Knowledge poured into his mind. Powers that shouldn't exist. Abilities that had been erased from history. His feet left the floor. The bats swirled into a cyclone. His eyes rolled white. A cold, mechanical voice crawled into his head. Congratulations, Quinn Talon. You have been granted the vampire system. System activated. Quinn collapsed. Everything went black. Quinn just activated the vampire system left by his parents. But vampire powers are forbidden. Ability users fear them, hunt them. How will Quinn keep his new powers a secret? Bang! 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 Quinn Talon, open up! Quinn's eyes snapped open. He was on the floor in his dorm. How did he get here? His ribs should have been screaming. They weren't. His whole body hummed with something he'd never felt before. Not pain, not weakness, power. He grabbed his glasses off the floor, then stopped. His vision was crystal clear, every thread on his sleeve, dust particles floating in the light, the crack in the wall he'd never noticed. I don't need these anymore. He set the glasses down and looked in the mirror. What the? I have abs? Just from one night? His sculpted torso, definition in his arms, more than a dream. But the full weight of it landed fast. These powers came with a fatal risk. The vampire system. Vampires weren't just a myth. They were more powerful than any ability user who ever lived. That's why they'd been wiped out. Humans hadn't hunted vampires out of evil. They hunted them out of fear. I have to hide this, no matter what, no matter the cost. Bang! Bang! He yanked the door open. Sergeant Griff, bald, built, military uniform. A face that had never learned patience. Boy, you're late. The day one duels started an hour ago. Quinn's stomach dropped. I overslept. Get dressed. We're collecting strays. Kids who think hiding in their dorms gets them out of the draft. Quinn stepped onto the bus, and the sunlight hit him like a wall. His interface flashed red. Direct sunlight detected. All stats halved. His legs went heavy. Head swam. He stumbled into a seat. A cadet across the aisle laughed. Level 0 can't even walk straight. Quinn slid to a seat away from the window. The heaviness eased. Stats climbed back. He looked out as the bus rolled through the city. Then he saw it. A massive concrete wall running along the highway. Names carved into it. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Flowers wilting at the base. A plaque at the top read, "In memory of those who gave their lives in the Third Alien War. 12,847 soldiers. 3,200 civilians." Quinn stared. Some of those names were people his parents had served with. Some of them were people his parents had died trying to save. 2 of those names were his parents. That wall was why the Academy existed, why every kid with powers was being drafted tomorrow, and why a kid without powers had no business being there. Quinn looked away and said nothing. Quinn stepped off the bus. Stone walls, guard towers, the military academy. The same path his parents had walked. As he approached the gates, a line of new cadets was being processed through a large biometric scanner. A tall arch of crackling energy that read power levels, ability types, and bloodlines. One by one, cadets stepped through. The scanner chimed and displayed their stats on a screen for everyone to see. Quinn watched from the back of the line. If it read him as a vampire, he was done before the day started. His turn came. He stepped through. The scanner glitched. The screen flickered, stuttered, then displayed ability type, unclassified, threat level, none. A buzz of confusion rose from the crowd. The scanning officer frowned and waved him through. Quinn didn't breathe until he was past the gate. His system flickered quietly. Forbidden signature masked, scan bypassed, proceed with caution. Then Layla appeared beside him, face tight. You're late. I know. Weapons selection. I'm heading there now. Quinn. It already started, an hour ago. Rex went first. His stomach dropped. What's left? Layla looked at the armory door. Come and see. Stone walls, guard towers, the military academy. Quinn had wanted to be there all his life, to walk on the same path his parents had walked. A career in the armed forces to protect humanity from the invading aliens. Then he heard it, that same damn voice. You really showed up. Impressive. Stupid, but impressive. Quinn's blood froze. He turned slowly. Rex and his sidekick Loop were walking towards Quinn. Rex's face twisted into a grin. Predatory. Hungry. Like a wolf spotting prey. Rex showed his brand new blade. You made a mistake, Trash. I told you not to come. I gave you a chance. But Quinn's system chimed. An enemy ability user has been detected. Initiating battle mode. Quinn felt the fear of what that meant. The vampire system was real. All of it was real. And it could be a threat. His body hummed with energy, strength, speed. He could take them. Both of the bullies, easily. But ability users had spent centuries making sure that vampires never rose again. If anyone discovered what he was finished. He had to stay down, no matter the cost. Rex charged forward, driving the flat of his blade across Quinn's jaw. Quinn's new instincts kicked in. He sidestepped, smooth and fast. The weapon sailed past his face, missing it by inches. Rex stumbled, spun around with his eyes wide. "Did you just duck? How?" Loop pointed at him. "Something is off. He ducked faster than any level 0 could. He shouldn't be able to move like that." Loop rushed in from the side, Loop's shaft aiming at Quinn. Quinn placed his hand on Loop's chest, and that's all it took. Loop flew backward, sailed through the air. 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet. He crashed into the ground hard, skidded across the grass and came to a stop 20 feet away. All the incoming cadets stopped and looked at the ongoing fight. Quinn stared at his hand. "Damn it, what did I just do?" Rex's eyes widened and then narrowed. "How was that possible, freak?" Loop struggled to his feet. He was furious and humiliated. "He's got powers. He's been hiding them. I bet these abilities are illegal." Quinn's heart hammered. He'd messed up. Let his excitement take over. He should have taken the hit. Should have stayed down. Rex morphed both fists into steel and stepped forward, bringing his blade upward. "Let's see how strong you really are." Loop staggered up beside him. Lightning crackled from his shaft. Both of them came at Quinn from different sides. Quinn raised his hands. "Wait, I can explain." Rex drives the flat of his blade across Quinn's jaw. Loop's electricity wraps around the shaft of his spear as he pins Quinn with it. "Not so tough now, are you?" Rex kicked Quinn in the gut. Hard, brutal. Quinn gasped and couldn't breathe. "Health points 4 out of 10. Activate battle mode to survive." Quinn shook his head. No, he couldn't. If anyone even suspected he was a vampire, they'd kill him. Ability users had hunted vampires for years, and Quinn was surrounded by them. Rex kicked him again and again. Every muscle in Quinn's body strained to be unleashed. The system offered to counterattack every single hit that Quinn was taking. Rex smiled as Quinn writhed in pain. "What are you hiding, freak? Too scared to talk back today?" Quinn forced a smile through the blood. "Didn't know you needed my permission to hit like a toddler." Rex's smile vanished. He raised his fist higher, ready to finish it, but then Master Leo appeared from inside the academy gate. A stout man with gallantry medals all over his uniform. He took one look at the scene and stepped between them. His presence alone stopped Rex cold. The students murmured, "That's Master Leo." "No way, Master Leo. He's a legend." Leo looked at Rex's drawn weapon, then at Quinn on the ground. "It's the first day of the academy. Is this how you want to be known?" Rex stiffened and looked at Quinn. "Come on, Loop. We'll finish this in the day 1 duel." Quinn stared, gobsmacked. Master Leo had saved him. All because he couldn't reveal his powers that could beat those guys. Layla rushed to his side and stopped in front of him. "Thought you had a plan. You'd better get up and get your weapon, so at least you have that to defend yourself." She started walking. He jogged to catch up. Everyone had talked about weapon selection that first-year cadets must go through before the famous duel. But Quinn didn't realize what it was until he entered the ceremony in the armory. Rows of weapons lined the walls, some ancient claymores, some ultra-modern laser rifles. Quinn looked around in shock. "Whoa, this place is incredible." Quinn surveyed the rows of weaponry, analyzing what was left. His eyes finally landed on a sleek, curved blade. "Let's see if you're the one." He grabbed the sword, lifting the blade until, crack! The blade shattered in his grip. Quinn took a step back, embarrassed. Okay, definitely not for me. Quinn zeroed in on his next target, a spiked flail. He lifted it, and it felt shockingly light. Maybe this was his weapon? It should have weighed 1,000 pounds, but in his grip it felt effortless. Only he realized the flail was floating toward the ceiling. Weightless in his hands. Useless. Quinn replaced it on the rack. Not that one either. And then he saw them. A pair of black gauntlets, wicked and jagged, like dragon claws. Something deep inside of him stirred. The moment his fingers touched them, the world shifted. His system flickered to life. Bloodbound gauntlets. Strength, +5. Defense, +2. Awakened beast weapon. Compatibility, 100%. Quinn didn't feel like he was handling some foreign weapon. He felt like he had found another piece of himself. A piece that had been waiting for him. This wasn't just a weapon. This was his. As Quinn stared at the gauntlets, Master Leo appeared over his shoulder. "You've got an interesting eye, kid. You think those are for you?" Quinn turned to see Leo's eyes flicking between Quinn and the gauntlets. Not many people choose gauntlets as their first weapon. He seemed wary. Quinn frowned. "Why not?" Master Leo ran a hand through his wild hair. "Fighting up close requires no fear, no hesitation. But they're tough. Relentless, really. You have to match them, or they'll tear you apart." Master Leo's eyes narrowed. "But more than that, these gauntlets in particular are special." Quinn stiffened. "What?" Master Leo leaned in. "The former owner wasn't exactly human." Quinn stared at the gauntlets. If he wasn't human, what was? But Master Leo was already gone. Quinn hesitated, then reached out. The moment he touched the gauntlets, something clicked. A pulse ran through him. The gauntlets adjusted, molded to his body. His screen flickered. Bloodbound gauntlets equipped. Perfect match detected. +12 strength. +12 agility. +10 stamina. +10 defense. Whoa! Quinn flexed his fingers. The metal moved with him, light as air but strong as stone, like it had always been meant for him. Across the room, Quinn didn't notice that Master Leo was watching him intently. Master Leo then shouted, "Enough dawdling! Let's put your weapons to the test. It's time for the Day 1 duels." A massive iron door rumbled open. Whoa. The ceiling was impossibly high. Glowing runes lined the walls. Master Leo turned to the students. "In this test, you'll wield your chosen weapons. But there's one rule. No abilities. If you deserve a spot in this academy, you need to earn it on your raw talent alone. If you lose this trial, you're out." A wave of murmurs swept over the students. Master Leo grinned. "The way this works is exactly like you'd expect. Pairs. Which means half of you will be expelled by sundown. Now, are there any volunteers for the first duel?" Nobody moved. Nobody wanted to go first, until a giant student stepped forward. A duel sounds fun. He didn't look like he belonged in the crowd. He was massive, wielding a battle axe. He seemed like he could crush every other student in his hands. A murmur once again swept through the crowd. Absolutely nobody wanted to face him. The giant grinned. "What? No takers? Cowards, all of you!" Then Rex stepped forward, sighing. He carried a longsword that looked like it was forged from Damascus steel. It was perfect for him. Master Leo grinned. "This is interesting." Rex looked bored. "I was hoping for a tougher opponent." The huge man didn't hesitate. He charged in. When he swung it down, Rex spun his body to the side, avoiding the blow, and at the same time slashed at the back of the man's legs, causing him to stumble. He then placed his blade on the man's neck, inches away from his throat. The man said desperately, "I yield! I yield!" Master Leo pointed at the defeated giant. "You're out! Return your weapon and leave the academy." It all happened so fast that some students didn't even notice it. A girl next to Quinn shook her head. I knew Rex was strong, but didn't realize he was that strong. As Rex walked back, he looked at Quinn with menacing eyes, as if to say, "You're next." Master Leo grinned. "That was excellent. We clearly have some talented students here. But for our next fight, let's see someone a little less experienced have a crack." The students all shifted uncomfortably. No one wanted to be thrown into the arena after watching Rex dismantle his opponent in seconds. Leo gazed through the crowd, calculating, searching, and then his eyes landed on Quinn. Quinn froze. "You." The crowd turned. Quinn pointed at himself. "Me?" Master Leo grinned. "Yeah, you. The one staring at the floor who looks like he'd rather be anywhere else." A wave of chuckles rippled. Quinn froze. Maybe someone else should go first?" Master Leo clapped him on the back. "Nonsense. You just got yourself a brand new set of gauntlets, didn't you? Gauntlets that are very special." Quinn swallowed. Leo smirked.
"And what better way to test them than in front of all your friends?"
The crowd laughed again. Quinn opened his mouth, but then he heard a familiar voice. "Perfect! I'll volunteer to face him." Loop again. The level 3 with static energy. Rex punched Loop on the arm. "I was going to take him." Loop smiled enormously wide. "What can I say? Little Miss Quinny and I have a date. Plus, I need to reward him for what he did this morning." The tension in the air thickened, and everyone had gone silent. Master Leo clapped his hands. "Beautiful. A willing volunteer. That makes things easy, doesn't it?" The crowd began to fold around them, leaving Loop and Quinn standing alone in the center. Everyone expected him to lose. His HP was still low, and he was going to have to fight with nothing but his fists. This was going to suck. Quinn cursed under his breath, staring at Master Leo, at Loop and his spear, then at Layla. Master Leo's smile was gone. He was dead serious, staring intently at Quinn. It was creeping him out. Loop stepped close enough that only Quinn could hear. "I know you have abilities now, Quinn, but you didn't have them yesterday. So either you've stolen them, or these are illegal, forbidden abilities. And I'm going to expose you in front of everyone. Right now." Quinn's stomach dropped. The fear hit him like a second punch to the jaw. If Loop said it out loud, if he convinced even one person, it was over. Master Leo shouted, "Begin!" Loop charged forward, spear aimed at Quinn's chest. Quinn tensed up. His mind cautioned him. Don't be too fast. Don't be too strong. Don't stand out. Don't let them know what you are. He sidestepped a second too late and felt the point of the spear graze his ribs. Pain flared. The crowd gasped. Loop smiled widely. This is even more fun without powers. Quinn exhaled sharply. He could dodge all day, but he'd need to fight back, or this guy would kill him. But how? Inspect, Quinn whispered under his breath. His system screen flickered. Loop Erickson. Ability. Static electricity. Health points 5 out of 15. Blood type. O positive. He dodged another stab from Loop. Then he heard Layla's voice call out. "Get in close!" She was helping him. And she was right. If he got in close, he'd be able to use the gauntlets. Quinn ducked his shoulder, moving like he was going to charge in. But as soon as Loop reacted, he leapt back, catching the spear. Loop's grin vanished. "What the hell?" Loop pulled at the weapon, trying to yank it free, but Quinn held firm. Too strong. Too fast. Quinn smiled, but then his eyes landed on Master Leo, watching him intently. Something had changed in the old man. Can he tell what he was? Loop snarled, yanking harder. "Let go, you freak!" Quinn needed to finish things. With a single clawed punch, he cracked the spear in half. Loop stumbled backward, stunned. "What the hell? My weapon! It's clearly faulty!" Master Leo didn't say anything. He continued watching, studying. Quinn leapt forward. Loop had no time to react before Quinn's fist slammed into his gut. Quinn followed up with a knee to the chin. Blood sprayed. Loop slumped to the ground, out cold. but still breathing. Quinn turned and faced the stunned, silent crowd. Master Leo stepped up. Winner, Quinn Talon, Loop Erickson, expelled. Quinn's system chimed in his mind. Opponent has been defeated, 50 experience points rewarded. First time higher power level bonus, another 50 experience points rewarded. 220 out of 200 experience points. Congratulations, you are now level 2. Quinn had leveled up, and slowly he looked down at his body. His wounds were healing. Level up override. Health restored to maximum. Quinn wanted to get out of the limelight, fast. As he walked away, someone shouted out, "That's not fair! Loop obviously was using a faulty weapon." Murmurs rippled over the crowd. Another boy added, "Yeah, Quinn cheated? He should be punished." Rex stepped forward. "There's no way he won fairly. He's a cheater. He sabotaged Loop's weapon." Loop pushed people, still dazed and unable to digest his expulsion. "We know him from high school. Quinn Talon didn't have any powers there. He was powerless until yesterday." Rex nodded. "Exactly. He's hiding something. He's cheating somehow. His powers have to be illegal." Master Leo casually picked up the broken spear. "I can guarantee you that all the weapons in this hall are perfectly maintained." Rex shook his head. "Then how do you explain Loop's weapon breaking? He cheated. He used an ability." More students murmured. The voices grew louder, and everybody stared at Quinn with suspicion. Master Leo straightened. He looked at Quinn, then at Rex, then at the crowd. "These are serious accusations. I will not dismiss them lightly. I will review the matter with the general. Meet back in this arena in 30 minutes, and I will make my decision then." He turned and walked out. The iron doors sealed shut behind him. The moment Master Leo was gone, Rex moved. He crossed the floor in 6 steps and stopped directly in front of Quinn. Voice low, just for him. "I don't care what Leo decides. You won't make it out of this academy alive before he walks back through that door." Tick-tock. Rex turned and walked away. Loop followed, cracking his knuckles. Quinn stood alone in the emptying arena. As Quinn left with the rest of the students, he could hear the whispers, could see how people were looking at him. Before that day, they thought he was a nobody. But now, they weren't so sure. Had he done too much? Had they seen too much? And worst of all, had Master Leo? Quinn moved quickly through the academy halls, head down, pulse racing. He slipped down a quiet corridor and ducked into an empty classroom. Breathe. His system interface flickered in front of him. Level up achieved. New abilities unlocked. Quinn was intrigued. A new ability? But then, the door opened. Impressive performance for someone supposedly powerless. It was Layla. She stood in the doorway, arms crossed, with an unreadable expression again. "Well, are you going to say anything?" It had all been too much today. Too much suspicion. Too many voices. He was exhausted. "I can explain." Layla tilted her head. "You don't need to. I'm so proud of you, Quinn." She stepped closer. "I'm an original. I was born with my powers. I didn't get them from an ability book. I can sense other originals." Quinn almost laughed, relief flooding over him. She thought he was like her. But she was wrong. He was a vampire, the thing that ability users like originals had spent centuries hunting down and killing. He swallowed hard. He'd need to play this carefully. Layla took another step toward him. "You can't tell anyone." Quinn nodded. "I won't." Layla hesitated, then reached out toward him, but pulled back at the last second. "You need to be careful. Some people despise originals." Quinn wanted so badly to have someone to confide in, to say, "I'm not an original. I'm something worse." But instead, he nodded. "I know." Layla's voice softened. "For what it's worth, I've watched Master Leo long enough to know how he looks at students he's already written off. That's not how he was looking at you. His verdict is going to be in your favor, Quinn. I can feel it." Quinn and Layla stepped out of the empty classroom into the hallway. If his real secret of having vampire powers was safe, maybe things would remain normal. Quinn looked at Layla and felt something. He felt grateful for how even when every single student was against him, Layla always took his side. Was Quinn feeling something for her? But as they turned the corner, he realized something was wrong. Rex and Loop stepped into their path. Rex grinned. Well, 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 if it isn't our favorite punching bag. And look who's keeping him company. Loop was beaten and swollen. He cracked his knuckles. You made a mistake, freak. Quinn clenched his fists, every instinct screaming at him to use his power. But Layla reached for his arm, calming him down. Rex stepped closer. You think Leo's verdict is going to save you? I don't care what he decides. You're dead either way, freak. Layla tensed next to Quinn. You won't touch her. Quinn tried to take a step forward but was frozen in place. Electricity was wrapped around his legs. Loop was channeling a static spell. Rex laughed. It's perfect. We'll make you watch. Loop raised his hand. Lightning crackled between his fingers. Let's finish what we started in the arena. Quinn was pinned down. Layla, get out of here! Layla took a tentative step back just before a blast of energy slammed her into the lockers. Layla! Loop and Rex both launched spells at her. She threw up a force field, but it was in danger of breaking. Quinn needed to do something, and fast. But breaking out of this hold would require him to reveal his powers. It's not going to hold much longer, Rex said, cackling with glee. Layla's force field spell was breaking, any second now. Loop blasted her with electricity. Keep going! Layla shook as the spells rocked off her shield. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperately trying to hang on. But then suddenly, the spells stopped. The crowd of students gathered stared at Quinn with shock. Quinn was standing in front of Layla, holding back the energy from both spells. His eyes were red, his hair was wild, and the spells bounced off of him like nothing. He cracked his neck. His system chimed. Full vampiric powers activated. Rage mode engaged. His secret had been revealed. The gloves had finally come off. His full power was on display, and not just to Layla, but to Rex, Loop, and all the students gathered there. Quinn grinned. Now you've really done it. Quinn's secret has finally been revealed. Will he use his powers to make his bullies pay? What special powers will he unlock? How will Layla react to knowing he's a vampire? What will Master Leo's verdict be? And will Quinn survive long enough to hear it? You won't believe what happens next.
To find out what happens next, listen to the audio series My Vampire System, only on the Pocket FM app. Install the Pocket FM app within the next 30 seconds to download 20 free episodes before this offer disappears.
We should begin by just saying it is clear that he is going to use either ICE and Customs and Border Patrol with their uniforms and their automatic weapons, or he'll try to use National Guard to protect the polling places. And I have no doubt that part of that plan is potentially to claim fraud and to seize ballot boxes in order to count the votes himself. So he knows he's going to lose this election. And so he's got to find some fraudulent means to overturn what the voters want. So, the protection aspects of this we've been working on for some time. And I will start by saying I don't want to share with you everything that we're talking about. I've talked to a number of governors about what their plans are. I can say that all of us have thought long and hard about how do we protect the elections. It starts, of course, from the cyber perspective, because I wouldn't put it past Donald Trump to be, interfering with the systems, the way that we've heard Russia and China have been attempting to do for some number of years now. We have an advantage here in Illinois, which is that our elections are not run on a statewide basis. They're actually run in the 102 county clerks' offices, so it's very dispersed. We think that's a big advantage here, and run by the elected clerks. So we don't have a Secretary of State, for example, overseeing our entire election. We have a board of elections, but it is really the county clerks in charge. So part of it is making sure that we have a lot of poll watchers, some of them being deputized by the state. A lot of it is making sure that we have attorneys available and on call, because you can't have one at every polling place, but you can have one in every region, at least where you expect that there might be some effort by the administration to overturn our elections. I also think that Illinois is probably not their number one target for what they're hoping to overturn. I'm guessing that it'll be specifically in those states where you've got a Senate race that they think is going to be very close, or where they've got a Republican incumbent that could be thrown out of office. We've got a Senate race, don't get me wrong, and it's going to be very important, but my guess is they're not prioritizing Illinois.
Is there a world where, given the fact that they're probably not going to prioritize Illinois, they're going to look at states like North Carolina and Maine and Ohio, Alaska, maybe Texas? Is there a world where some of the states that have less of a risk and probably more additional resources, where those can be shared with some of the states that are more at risk?
Yes, indeed. And you can imagine that a big city like Chicago, a state like Illinois, has more lawyers, let's say, than some other places in the country where you need to guard against the election interference by Trump. So that doesn't mean that they're licensed to practice law in those other states, but having that legal background and being there in those states is also something that can be done. So, yes. Let's just give as examples that, we have historically in Illinois had activists who've gone, just the example here would be have gone to Wisconsin, right? It's a nearby state where there have been important elections, presidential elections, for example. And people have gone in busloads, and we've, sponsored that. We, meaning Democrats at the Democratic Party, have sponsored that and sending them to other states. I'm very much a believer in taking the talent that we've got here when we don't need it here and sending it to other states where it is needed.
King shot, build and fight.
Viking Rise. Play.
The DNC just filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration for pretty much exactly the reason that you laid out at the top. They wanted to get they basically tried to FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, request any info from the White House where there were plans that were in process that would describe any effort to send ICE agents or law enforcement agents or the U.S. military into these polling places. The fact that they had to file this FOIA request and sue for it is a testament to the fact that the administration isn't trying to reveal any of this publicly. So does that suggest, in your opinion, that this is exactly what's going on, to the point where a lawsuit would even be required?
Yeah, and it's not just the recent evidence that backs me up on this. I mean, I've been saying this literally since a couple of days after the 24 election, that he has a history, and Michael Flynn was the one who suggested it very publicly, that let's use the military to seize ballot boxes.
Well, he tried to do it in 2020. He tried to seize the voting machines in 2020 in Georgia. So this is not even theoretical.
No, and Flynn actually said it in 2020 in December that's what Trump should be doing, is seizing the ballot boxes. So this is not a new idea for them. They didn't do it back then. My guess is that Trump thinks that now, he's got free reign to do it. This is hugely challenging. Now, as you point out, there is a memo that got revealed very recently. I think it was in Daily Beast, but elsewhere, someone revealed a memo at DOD that is a preparation for using troops in the elections to supposedly protect the elections. So this is happening. This is happening. And I know that when I was saying it back in January and February and March of last year, people thought, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. That's never going to happen. I don't think anybody thinks it's just a conspiracy theory or just a flight of fancy now. I think we all understand that is precisely what he's doing. And you heard just the other day that, his purpose in trying to pass the Save America, what he's calling the Save America Act, is precisely because he thinks that will help Republicans win the election, and that they will, that's going to guarantee them the election if they can toss people off the voter rolls, if they can keep people from voting because they're afraid to go, or people who just don't have, the ID that they're demanding in the bill. So this is, anybody who hasn't heard this before, anybody who doesn't think it's true, pay attention now because it is happening.
In terms of the Save America Act, there's some reporting now that, especially led by these Republicans who are vying for Trump's endorsement in Texas, that they're even willing to nuke the filibuster to get this thing through, because, as Trump says, if they're able to get it through, they won't lose another election for 50 years. And so can I have your reaction to the prospect of the filibuster being nuked so that Trump can shoehorn in the exact bill that would have, you just listed all of the things that would do to suppress voting in this country?
Yeah, I think that the reluctance on the part of Thune and a few others of the leadership of Republicans of the Senate has been because they understand that if they do this, that there is a future in which Democrats will take over the Senate, and Democrats will be able to shove down their throats the things that, the opposite of what they're trying to shove down our throats now. And again, we can talk about the situations in which there have been, the filibuster has been used against Democratic priorities. But I do think that this is a situation where there are some Republicans who just can't fathom the idea that democracy truly would be, tossed out the window if they pass the Save America Act. I have a lot of women that I know, single women, people who are getting married, people who've recently been married, just as one example of people who would not be able to vote if they pass this law, because who's walking around with proof that, well, yeah, I just got married and my last name has changed, etc. Nobody's doing that. And we can go through all the examples of people who will be prevented from voting, homeless people, etc. That's just precisely what Donald Trump and the Republicans want. But I don't think that they will in the Senate. I shouldn't say that. I do not know anymore whether Republicans will act in a constitutional fashion or act in a fashion that they understand what the meaning of changing the filibuster will do. But I am, John Thune used to be a rational human being. Maybe somewhere deep down he still is.
You had I just want to add one thing to a point that you made is preventing certain people from voting. Like if they preserve for themselves the ability to prevent certain women from voting, for example, people would say, oh, well, they're not going to just prevent women from voting. Women vote for Republicans too. But the Save America Act also allows the states, or allows the federal government to see the voter rolls. And so they would know who they want to target. And so if they know, for example, that certain voters are registered as Democrats because they've taken the voter rolls from the states into the federal government, now it gives them the information that they would need so that if they do want to prevent certain people from voting, given the reasons that they've reserve for themselves, now they would know exactly who to target. And so this is all like small parts of a larger whole in terms of what the Save America Act would do. I have a question.
Add to that, Brian, sorry to interrupt, but add to that, obviously the demand for the voter rolls by the Department of Justice is all wrapped in, and that's actually what I was founding my original belief about this, seizing the ballot boxes and interfering with the elections came from. Why would they be, when there's so little voter fraud that's been proven anywhere in the country, why would they want to grab all of the data from the voter rolls in every state? Right. Why? Because they want to claim more broadly fraud in the election. So this is all part of a broad scheme to keep people from voting and then to change the outcome of the election once they have voted.
Yeah, that's perfectly put. And also I would add, there was the most extensive study that we have on ballot fraud or voter fraud in this country was a study from 2000 to 2014. And that study focused on 1 billion ballots, 1 billion with a B. And there were all of 31 cases of voter fraud or ballot fraud. So this is a solution. This is a solution in search of a problem, basically, when it comes to this issue. You had mentioned poll watchers, and we're talking about this idea of the federal government using the military or using law enforcement agencies to go to the polls when voting comes around. And you had mentioned this idea of poll watchers, and I think that's going to be important because, a big issue that I think we're contending with is until it happens, there's no standing to sue for it. Now, maybe there's a world in which if these FOIA requests actually get these documents released, these plans released, and then there might be standing because now the plans are already being laid out, and we can hopefully see some attorneys litigate that. I'd spoken about this issue with Mark Elias as well. But in the meantime, are the states recognizing that the way to make sure that these law enforcement agencies or military members standing at the polls, the way to make sure that they're not just, that they don't have carte blanche is so that there is, other people there to push back against what they're doing? Are there budgets for these poll watchers in the states, and have the other governors that you've spoken with said that this is a priority, that they're going to make sure to counteract these members of the military with either attorneys or trained poll watchers so that those people aren't acting alone or with impunity?
So there are certain aspects of that can be covered by, a traditional state budget. And there are certain aspects of that have to be covered by the state parties. So, you can have, when you talk about poll watchers, there are people who can man the polls, whose job it is to make sure the law is being followed. The problem is those tend to be people who have a higher level of sophistication, so they can sort of call it out and deal with it right on the spot. And then there's, what I would describe as regular rank and file volunteer, or even paid sort of canvasser type poll watchers who may or may not know but they have the phone number of somebody who can deal with it, and so that it's eyes on that's helping. And so that's sort of like two levels of it. I think the following the law part absolutely can be done through a state budget. The kind of calling it out when you see it probably needs to be done by by volunteers. So two aspects of it. Is there a budget for it? Well, there never before has been.
Right.
But we've never before been in this situation where literally we know that the federal government and Donald Trump in particular are threatening the elections.
Yeah.
And I would add one other thing. I don't know if you're aware that there is a federal law that allows states to have something called a state guard. Are you aware of this?
No.
So it's a very interesting point to bring to your attention. There's a National Guard, we all know, and we know what the rules are around National Guard because unfortunately we've been dealing with Donald Trump on it. So people have paid attention. They can be federalized by the president and sent overseas or any use that is according to the act. A state guard is something that was created during World War II when National Guard were actually called up and sent overseas, and states didn't have the ability to call up their National Guard because they were gone. And so they gave states the ability to create a state guard, which does not have any federalizing associated with it. So just under the control of governors. The state of Florida, I only learned about this honestly because under DeSantis, he funded his state guard to do things that were, frankly, seemingly hyper political. But who knew this existed? It turns out that we all have the ability to create a state guard. New York state has a state guard that's in existence with people who belong to it. Has to be funded by the state budget. But that's an example of, you don't have to use that method, but it's an example of you could recruit people. By the way, state guard can be, you can call them generals and captains and, enlisted people, or you can call them poll watchers. So that's something that could be done in various states. Every state has the ability to do it. It's under federal law.
Good flag on that. And you've spoken with other governors on that as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to switch gears here to housing, and that's an issue that often goes completely ignored, and it's also one of the most important issues for people around the country. And I think as we head toward a midterm cycle where, look, in the last few elections, we've seen a massive realignment, and it's not guaranteed that certain voters or certain demographics are going to vote for a political party. I think people are desperate for someone who is actually going to focus on the issues that they're contending with. And it feels very much like, you've had years and years and years of politicians saying one thing and doing the other. And Trump exploited that in the lead up to the 2024 election. And of course, now he's in a position where, he said that we're finally going to focus on regular people. We're finally going to focus on the cost of housing and rent and groceries and eggs. And yet here we are like a year in, a little more than a year in. And of course, we're dropping bombs in the Middle East. And there's plenty of money for that, but not enough money to fund Medicaid, not enough money to fund the ACA, not